Hey guys, it's Starting Coming Nuts with another game, Total Warhammer 3. We're here with Kholek once more. But first, Chantvorgus needs to win this fight. Now, what we're gonna do is bring a Dragon Ogre. I mean, what he has. I'm like, if you're not willing to become a vassal here, then there's no point in. What's it? A Dragon Ogre might be fine, right? It's expensive, but we're gonna make some money off of the end of this. And, I mean, it's a really good unit. We might as well get one into this army. And, you know, we're gonna do the fight, even though it's gonna give us the auto, because, one, we want this army to be put back together, like, immediately. And two, you know, haven't done a fight in this in like a whole day. No, it's a bunch of marauders, and then we too have a bunch of marauders. Now, of course, we're gonna have to multiply our force somehow. That's the only way. But that's the thing, you know. We've got the punch, we've got the flying beastie, we've got Forsaken on the side, champions to hold the middle of the line, and Harry the Hammer, you know, to anchor all of it. So it'll be a nice little micro battle. Now, there aren't that many range units. The ones they do have could potentially really hurt us being our Bloodshriek Chimera. But we'll just have to try to play tight, you know? Because once we get the breath attack, which hopefully is going to happen when they're moving through this whole other unit. Well, it looks like it mostly doesn't hit them, but that's okay. Because they're getting in motion now. And we're just going to land. No, we're going to get away, because that one, those are AP missiles with, you know, all the other nastiness, so. But the thing is, you know, we've got Harry the Hammer. And we've got an Exalti on a horse, and we've got our Chaos Lord, and all of that is going to help a whole lot. Alright, we're going to speed it up a little bit. They look like they're trying to be precious here. What we're going to do, because we can see that their large stuff is kind of far away. Is he on a horse? He is on a horse. Alright, well, we don't want to give away this charge. If we dive right here, we should be able to get out pretty easy. As we will be able to get them to go forward. This next breath, we're going to be able to. Come on. Pretty good. All right. We got him coming now. Good deal. Yes, now the enemy is upon us, just like we wanted. We want the great weapons in the middle a little bit there. We want to make sure that we don't get flanked here and that we get something on the Marauder Hunters when we can. Namely, dogs. So they've got skirmishers that way. If they try to flank here, they're going to go like forever far away. We'll just punch up right through the middle. That's what we'll do. But here, we'll dive on the Marauder Hunters, who have lost their support. And we're going to get the crew onto the middle there. And we're going to hope to just crack this middle set before this side even gets around to us to do the flank. You know, because they underestimated the size of the flank here, right? But we'll just give the flank there. They'll get through those marauders eventually. What are you going to do? But Harry will do his move and explode. It only hurts the enemy, and it's actually pretty good at clearing a blob. Oh, yeah, it's hammer time. That's right, he does say that. That's excellent. Really love that, unironically, no notes. Now, over here, they are about to swarm over this side. However, they're also about to do it over here. No, we need to get the dogs split off and engaged here. We don't have a caster, right, so we have to do this the honest way. Where we charge the flanking force with our monsters. And big guys, no, we'll rampage there. We need to get Harry over here, but actually the Marauder Chieftain, he's losing to whatever's hitting him. Oh yeah, the Exalte's on him, yeah! Hubas! He's a great fighter, and of course we have very, very good fighters, not here. We don't have anything to punish this blob. We're gonna send Harry over to it, though. Because everything over here is fine. Well, I say we have nothing to punish this blob. We actually have one amazing tool left. And that this Chimera is still up. And we have one breath attack left. Now, of course, the dogs did get out. Clean. Wheel about this way. Get the Exalted here going this way. Hopefully we'll be able to vassalize this Norskin fashion. That would be the best. And get Harry over here, and then we've got one last chance to get some value here. We're going to try to get it onto these Marauder Horsemen, and, you know, we should have aimed for the middle of the blob here. It's okay. We're going to dive them, though. Well, they don't have armor pierced on their missiles, do they? Well, if we can get them to stand and fight, that'll be alright. We get a flank in there. Harry gets in here, and the champs are anchoring that line fierce, of course. We know they'll be able to stand up. And, you know, some Pyrrhic victory this turned out to be. No. It was never going to be that close. And now that Harry's in the blob, we can use his explosion, which does really respectable damage for, like, a slow duelist character to have a little bit of blob clear. You know, it's not. Harry's a sweet character. I love him. Of course, he doesn't really... You don't need him in Kholek's army. What I like about the Warriors of Chaos now that I'm playing them with all these expansions is all these legendary heroes. You know, a lot of factions, you know, you feel like after your first or second special army, you know, like all the super cool stuff is taken. At least I feel that way with them. But here, you know, with Chaos, it's not going to feel that way. There's plenty of marks to take, plenty of uniqueness to do, plenty of, you know, armies to sculpt for specific foes. You know, if you know you got 40 Cathay fights, you can get something that you think will work and, you know, and then see if it does. Demon's Few are super good. They're like Forsaken, but even better. Forsaken are really good. I often don't take them just because, you know, shock infantry, you know, what's it for me? I'm not good enough to remember to use it. But Harry gets a bunch of kills, and the Forsaken get a bunch of kills. Great weapon dudes, and the Chimera, of course. People acquitting themselves well. And this army, like, this is a nice early game army, too, because it's got a bunch of base level stuff, and then something that's good. Hey, Armor of Destiny. Hey, here we go. We get to subjugate them. Very nice indeed. Because, like, they've gotten over it, right? You get a whole bunch of points for that. You know, we were barely negative. So if you find a Chaos faction that doesn't hate you and you can find a way to crack them, you know, good stuff. And while other people are mad about our treaty... No. A lot of the people don't care about the orcs anymore. This guy big hates it, but you know, Boris, what are you gonna do? Yeah, this guy cares not at all. Okay, so now that the people in our immediate neighborhood are mostly dealt with... Oh, that probably makes sense too, right? So, like, Grimgor, he has an attitude about it at the very start, but then, you know, after a little while, it's just another vassal that works. Cool. Now, at that vessel there, we're gonna send Chant this way. He has acquired a chariot. We're gonna leave him on it. I think that's pretty cool. We want to devote him to Slaanesh when we can, just because that's his thing, right? Not because I think it's best. It's just that's gonna be his thing. Alright, the casualty replen we're not going to take... I mean, do we... I think you just lean into making them better. I mean, 50 AP damage. I mean, no, but standard die, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's clearly better. We'll take it eventually, though, because we are now getting amazing stuff out of Harry, right? Now, this is a skill that I feel very strongly about. I do not know if you should take it, and I'm not going to take it. So it enables flaming attacks for your entire army. The thing is... And there we'll get defense and armor for this whole army, which, you know, makes our people instantly much more respectable, right? And here we'll give him the magical attacks, because that is almost always what I take. Now, we made not a lot of money there, and we don't want to recruit here, and because we are pretty close to being upside down again. And then this guy's just going to have to eventually catch up over there. It'll be okay. And I am afraid to upgrade this place much further, but if that's true, then no, because Boris was lost. Well, we'll see what happens here. We'll just get the money. And hopefully it'll be fine. Look, we just beat him, right? He can't be anywhere. He probably can't be anywhere. And we know that his capital was under siege until recently. I don't know what went on there, but we know that that was going on. I'm like, this is already corrupted enough. The negative control, not so good. Guess we take the hero recruit rank because we'll get another one of those eventually. Yeah, I mean, the Chaos Commandments aren't very good. That makes sense, right? They don't want to incentivize you to get a bunch of whole provinces. That's not how Chaos is supposed to want to operate. You know, you get landmarks because that's cool. But we need to try to get an assassination mission against Lukiana Shevchenko here. Because we have so many missions to do. But this Without Remorse, which, sweet book by Tom Clancy. You know, I haven't read it in a long time, but, you know, it was very without remorse, right? Very, very hardcore. And Boris is up there already. Okay, so, in conclusion, I don't understand how quickly he gets to put together... I guess he just has single turn coming back. think. So I'm like, what level 1 spell could help here? We could get a metal caster. And if this guy can make it work here, then he'll deserve to be a hero because, you know... At the very least, we might be able to get some work done against the army. You know, reinforcements are on the way. And Ludred might eventually catch them. And we're just gonna hope that they continue not being able to crack here, and... Oof. Oof. This is rough here. Alright, so we'll sell the monolith to them. March to get into burning monolith so we won't lose it, because we're not worried about them hitting us. And we're gonna probably... And get a bunch of money? Yes. Worth it? I mean, not a bunch of money. We'll fight them before long. And doing diplomacy with them isn't going to bug anyone besides this fool. And now, yeah, we'll be able to roll up in here. Because, of course, Boris is probably going to beat this guy. But maybe he won't. We have more money now, actually. So now we can try to, you know, if we can just live for a couple of turns. Look, this is how you're supposed to play Chaos, right? This is actually how you're supposed to play the game. I'm bad, so I don't like to go upside down, but actually this is totally how you're supposed to play the game.
Only Ursus commands me.
Where you're playing really close to the line in terms of how much money you have. All right. Now here we're gonna have a fair amount of Searing Dooms we can do on infantry blobs. That'll be good. Exalted Hero. The big problem is, of course, just going to be Boris, who is super juiced. And will, you know, be able to mess up everybody in a number of ways. But in the event that we fall here, you know, it will have been a waste of money. But hey, what are you going to do? But if we hold... And it looks like the architecture of this place might be a little favorable for us, right? Because here, there's only really a couple of ways in this way. And that'll control this tower here. No, the skirmishers have to be back here because they have to use every single arrow on Boris, even though it's not going to be very effective. And the trolls and the dragon ogres, same thing. You know, we're going to need to have them for cycle charging. Absolutely crucial that our heroes are back here. Alright, now we do want one unit on these walls for these towers because that'll help for a while. And of course, we'll have another over here, same reason. We've got 2 Chaos Warriors, right? It's gonna be rough. We could try to hold here, but that would be us fighting Boris, not ideal. But you can build... Okay, so this will control a tower here. So I'll build... No, that barricade doesn't work. But this tower being there will be very nice to know. Does it control any other? Alright, it says it here, right? Okay, yeah. So it'll link that barricade. I think we really just want to spend all of our eggs in this basket. I don't think we can afford a bigger front this time. And now we have magic, so hopefully that'll help. Alright, so let's get to it. Oh, the ambushers aren't here. Well, oh, they're ambushers. We can't see them. That makes sense, too. We're just going to let the towers fire where they will. No, the armored Kossars with great weapons. That actually is a super good target. And over here, horse archers, also a crazy good target, right? Because here, it's going to take them a little while to get in. And that means these guys on the walls, because they don't have a whole lot to jump in here, could actually be good for a good long while. Whereas here, with so many other people shooting them, you know, they probably won't stay up too long. But, you know, it's still silver shielded. And they are going to do, okay, ambushers, that is 1,000,000% where we want the damage coming in here. Can we shoot at them with this one? No, it doesn't look like it. Because they still haven't even started trying to climb the wall right here. Okay. Oh, they've got Ulrika? They've got Ulrika? Ooh, that's rough. I did not realize that was who this was. Okay. Well, good. Great. You know, it occurs to me that once they're on the wall, we could break it at a certain point. If they're climbing a wall, you know, it could work. And here, you know, they're trying to get up a little bit, but these guys are doing wonderfully, right? This is what we need. These horse archers, they're going to get hurt by our furious vengeance and righteous anger here. We're going to get this building because by the time it finishes, they're going to be in. These armored Kossars great weapons will melt our marauders if we let them fight. We might need to get out right now. But if they're trying to, we might be just far enough away, right? If we walk over here, they might have to, like, regroup on top of the wall, right? Yeah, if we just don't let them fight us. Yes, perfection. Because they have to get up the wall before they can, you know, separate out a certain way. And over on this front, you know, our guys on the wall doing absolutely beautifully. You know, can't complain. And we're just going to build that to make them go around a kind of long way. And here, actually, we might... eventually might build a tower here, depending on how long it takes them to get in. We actually... this spirited defense might be so much better than I dreamed. Do we do that and let them get in? Yes. This is going to be amazing, right? This is going to... drop all of those dudes on the ground, separating their unit, doing a ton of damage. It'll also let them get inside, but hey, they were going to get inside anyway, right? He was, yeah, they were already about to get on the gate. So, in conclusion, that was awesome. That was great, and it totally worked. Over on this side, these guys finally engage with the Kossar spears here, but, I mean, with what they did to these units... they also soaked up all of the ammo due to their shields on the wall positioning. Now that's gorgeous, right? Puts us in a good spot for the future. Now we do have to prepare for more combat, right? We just need 1550 there to get more. We're not going to try to get that one. Yeah, it's going to be a long time till we get around this way anyway. And here, we'll just run up this way. There's no point in throwing them away, right? And actually, there's quite a good point in having them over here and letting the towers shoot them as they flee. But we're just going to run. We're still on the wall, right? So now we're moving in this direction. This is getting us the shield bonus, so we're soaking up more of their ammo, which is great. Are they on the wall here? No, they crawled around. All right, we gotta focus up. And now we're just gonna tell them to fight here. No choice. And this tower is shooting all the way over there, I think. And this tower is upgrading now. And we're about to have a big ol' brawl. Alright, importantly, they are getting their cav in while Boris is still down there. So if we can get these light cav, you know, fighting, I mean, Chaos Warriors and Marauder Grey Weapons, we're going to churn right through there. That'll be very nice. There's a lot of light cav in this army. They're not going to do too much against most of what we've got here. And this tower is going to be waylaying them. Of course, Boris is here now. And we do not need our large guys to be getting charged by him. It's different if it's a troll, right? And here we're going to be able to drop the first of many Searing Dooms, which is hopefully going to do just so much. Oh yeah, look at that. You know, we might be able to get out of this yet. Pull the Marauders back, get some trolls fed to the blob. Of course, we got to keep on moving here. And now we will drop this other Shatterstorm onto this wall fight to destroy this other Armored Cossar unit, and I'm a genius. You know, it does some work to me too, but hey, whatever. Ulrika's good against them. We're just going to move this way. Alright, and get engaged with Boris here. Dervishes break, and of course they got all sorts of nonsense here, but you know, Chaos Warriors are their own kind of nonsense. When the trolls get beat up, we cycle one out and another one in. Boris is a grind, but we don't have to lose it. We're going to try to get on this Snow Leopard, right? And, alright, we'll get the dude here in. Now, they're going to take this. That's alright. They're very slowly moving up in this direction. We have to be cognizant that we don't have a lot going on there. We get hit with his big old ability. However, the Snow Leopard gets trucked by our forces there. Beautiful. You know, this is a good place to defend, right? This is a super good place to defend. And now Boris is going to be surrounded by Dragon Ogres. He's anti-large. So too, though, are they. So we're going to see how much we can get it done. He's got a freaking ton of armor. And we still have so much winds. We're actually going to Plague of Rustum, right? Yeah, so much winds will Plague of Rustum. You heard it here. The tower does not hurt us, which is very good. And the two towers being controlled by this point makes this an incredibly good map to defend on. Ulrika, you know, she's shooting at the tower or something. I don't know or really care that much what she's doing, because we are absolutely winning this. Clutch. Beautiful. Awesome. I'm so proud of me. You know, there would have been a time, you know, if I wasn't streaming, honestly, where I'd be like, oh, I guess we'll just auto-resolve it. He's gonna take it anyway. This is so much better, right? This is so much better. I mean, look at me playing the game. He uses his massive shard blade. The whole blob is getting melted. Fortunately, we fed him a whole blob. That's always nice. However, the good news is, of course, that they have light cav coming in here. And they'll probably sit still because they're engaged in firing. You know, if they weren't engaged in firing, the AI would be better about dodging it. But that's one of those things. A very nice plague there. And these towers, because they're like hell cannon bolts, they're not like other towers, right? They are wonderful at being towers. And did our Exalti get beat up? Oh, yeah, he is. Oh, he's terror routed. That makes sense. Well, Boris is getting beat down. And once he goes, you know, we'll see what they think is going to happen to them, because we still have plenty of punch here, right? We have, like, yeah, we do. Because Ulrika does not have the scratch to beat down dragon ogres and trolls and stuff, right? That ain't what she does for a living. We've totally got this. We just need to get in here, because it's all light cav here, right? It's so much almost all light cav. And all of the units that aren't light cav, you know, they're taking their sweet time. Yeah, we have absolutely got this in the bag. Once you get Boris down, you know, and you're not just absolutely in tatters, you could be pretty confident that you're going to get it worked out. Now, Ulrika does want this fight. We're going to plague rust somebody. Doesn't matter who. And just like that, we get a sweet caster down the Tzeentch path, and he'll be a Tzeentch metal caster one day when we get enough souls. And that'll probably be more important than the guy becoming a Slaanesh dude, because, I mean, you know, as cool as thematically it will be, we know that Tzeentch is a better... a Tzeentch load of metal, a more important thing to get rolling than these other fools. And we just need to get him out. There's no reason to be taking all of this damage on either of our guys, right? We have people that are tailor-made to beat Ulrika, and they are engaging her, you know, so we don't need the people that she's good against to be fighting her. Just leave the trolls on, right? But these Akshina ambushers, you know, a whole bunch of the balance of power is the ammo that some of them have. But wow, of course they show why with that volley. They used to have huge AP values, they took that away. Alright, so they shatter. She's by our blooding, which means they are all about to be by our blooding, probably. We still have a full strength unit of Chaos Warriors over here brawling. They don't have anything that can deal with them. I mean, that's not true. Armored constructive straight weapons actually match up kind of well against them. We're just going to run over here, though. The Taurus archers try to run through us. Actually do a pretty good job of it, huh? Ulrika's down, and now we jump on the snow leopard. That's the thing, is they're actually, like, pretty good at fighting in melee when you get in there. Like, we dove out, but yeah, like, they were doomed. It's alright. We're not doomed, just them. Just them are doomed. 'Cause they're trying to hit the tower, but, you know, can you repair it? No. Fundamentally, yeah, so their army lost. See, now that's a buy our blood on everybody, so all we gotta do is hold it together. And Hexa Scion Slayer will prove his worth. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff there. A shoestring defense against Boris Ursus. We fought him several times, and I'm sure he'll be right back. You know, he is like a oh, we shouldn't have done that. We shouldn't have left and let them get away. Of course, they're mega beat up. They don't have enough to come back and fight us. All that light cav, of course, walls do wonderful against an army like this. You know, the tower is getting a huge amount of work done against the light cav. We get some souls, we get some money, enough to pay for a turn or two, and now they are kicked out. But we won't have them to worry about too much longer. Tempo's on our side here, right? And he gets it straight. And the funny thing is while I looked at it, I was like, oh, that's annoying. Like, why do I even care about that? I'm like, wait, you know, as Chaos, the people you're most likely to fight are not Order. It's Chaos. You eventually fight them, but it's Chaos all the time before them.
The gods smile. Keep your own counsel. Give me like destroy.
Come on, let me hit him. Yeah, there we go. And we get Aldred's Casket of Sorcery. So this is a one to do... Like, this one, I just don't like this item, right? It's good if you're fighting someone who's an amazing caster and you don't want your caster to work at all. But, like, I just don't like it. We're probably going to sell it, honestly.
The mountains call.
We're not worried about the armor and the spell resist just yet. Because we can still get... Yeah, we're going to be running enough of them. And then Chant now gets what? Yeah, we need to get to Conduit. We delayed it a bit. Might have been unwise. Probably fine. Here, the magic attacks is basically always what I believe in.
The slaughter begins.
I mean, I guess you could do more undivided stuff, but I just feel like, in general, you know, that one's fine. And important, we did cancel that, which feels bad because we ended up making it work, but, you know, whatever. It's fine. We're doing alright. I mean, better than alright. We're doing well. We're going to do so well that we build this Dark Fortress. That'll put us at one turn before we run out of money, but we'll be able to fight here, and that'll get us some money.
Mortals will crave. Address me as sir. What?
Now here, though, I feel like... I mean, do you want to get rid of a unit of Dragon Ogres when you have them, though? No, because we have one turn. Alright, so this guy can't win this fight. And if he goes here... Alright, so Chant's gonna get this one. Kholek then can march in this direction and deal with them once and for all there. While we have one turn. No, next turn we can do Kholek's quest battle. Even though we're down a unit. And then make some money there. Because it's 500 to teleport, but you get 5k, right? Right. And importantly, we can recruit heroes. We really want to do the quest to get Steercar, but you know. We also want this guy. Oh, we kind of moved a little funny there. Maybe it'll work out. Because, yeah, Dragon's Death we don't need either, so can we sell that to you? Oh, we can get a trade agreement. That's nice. Do you have any money? He does not. We'll hold on to it. I guess building the... Well, you know, this actually gets us a little bit more, too. So, because we don't need... The Gallows Tree, though, this is a very good landmark. We should be building it soon. The ammo is very nice because, you know, because you'll be using them in sieges if you're fighting them, and apparently we are, and winning them too. And so that's nice. What we're gonna do now,
Once I achieve true godhood,
I mean, we'll have to take care of him, but in due course, because Boris is on the back foot now, finally. This guy can't prosecute the fight there, and they won't have anywhere to run. Chant will roll up down here, and we should just not run out of souls. Probably. And growth per region plus 75 after winning a battle is, like, just so good, right? Because otherwise, how are you getting your population? Really, it's, like, kind of fundamental. But foreign replenishment is crazy, too. We don't need it right now, so we're not going to put it on right now, but we will swap over one of these moments. Now, we have enough to dedicate somebody to a path. And if we just... No, we'll let this guy go, right? Well, why not Khorne, right? Why not a nice, like, Khorne hero to hang out here? Because, you know, he really enjoyed fighting. I'm like, really, Tzeentch is more fun. Yeah, I want a Tzeentch chariot, dude. Yeah. Okay, so here you lose your traits and you lose some levels, but we'll be able to get him on it. I'm like, no, not chariot. Yeah, he'll be on a disc, so that's obviously what we want. That's gonna be awesome. Because, of course, with barrier, Tzeentch guys are awesome, right? 25 bonus first large, and, like, primary armor piercing. Like, they're just real good. I don't regret it. Alright, so... yeah, good stuff. Non-aggression pact? No, I don't think so. I'm Kholek. I might trade with my vassals, but non-aggression, that's a little too far. I like to think I have a little more sense than that. Alright, we could get slightly more tribute from vassals. I don't think we get very much. We'll give... let the vassal handle it. We get a thing. Yeah, and we'll just come back and deal with that later, because again... now, I guess this is his... no, we'll just move up this way. I'm like, I guess that's the capital? No, it's not the capital. But we'll know that even if they send another Boris army up here, this army can take care of itself. Do we drop the Horsemaster? Yeah. Do we drop the Troll? Yes. We keep the Ogre, because if we can get a third army up and running right now, that would be extraordinary, you know. We've got access to a couple of heroes, you know, and a couple of regiments of renown. We just need enough money, and we're getting, you know, we're going to get some money from this. Like, where'd he go? I don't know. We're just going to... I'm not sure where he went. We're just going to hang out there. It'll be fine. It's Armageddon for a ward save of 10 and 15 weapon strength. It's just so good. Alright, speaking of things that are good, this casket, we're going to sell it for 2k. Roll these into a trickster shard, not that important of a thing. Give Chance some more armor. And a bound fireball. A bound fireball plus fireball, always nice. Plus, you don't forget so often that they can do fire type stuff. We'll give them... That seems fine. We could do this and just totally, like, mess with skill. But that's the thing. We're Slayer Sword. Like, I don't really love it. But... we might, you know, we might put it on the hero of Xinchon and Disc, right? You know, because that would be real cool. That would make them an absolute deleter of things that were big, and, you know, that would be funny. Go up to, you know, like 85 bonus first large or something. You know, I kind of love it. And as a flyer, a lot of what you'll take is damage from being careless, not damage in melee. Alright, and now Kholek. Let's do his quest battle, right? Let's do his quest battle. We don't need any more juice for this army. It's already crazy. This army punches so far above its weight due to campaign battle effects and skill being the army stuff. 60% missile resist on Dragon Ogres is just real good. You know, 52 melee attack on Dragon Ogres plus the ability to pump it 24 more. They're very, very strong units. And, well, let's see how the quest goes. This is like a Warhammer 1 quest, right? And a Warhammer 1 quest means that whatever goes on, like, it's not going to be too weird, probably. Now, they do have Blorks, but we have a Hell Cannon, which match up very well. We're going to expect, of course... Alright, deal with the greenskins quickly, or the undead will summon more. The green things and unliving alike will bear witness to my wrath. They are mine to dismember, to disavow, to crush. Oh, look at how big Kholek is. I will smash all the remains of these ruins to powder, and not stop until my hammer is found. Oh, it's a dwarf hold. It was a dwarf hold. And then the whole world will burn before I rest again. Such is my rage. This is the new pact I make to the dark powers. Rawr! Like, and honestly, I'm not, like, afraid of them. Now, we're gonna expect something to attack from the rear. It's not too scary, right? Because, I mean, what do they have that's gonna be able to deal with Skilla coming on the counter attack, right? And he's trying to dive Chant. That's not like a great idea. I don't even know what that ability is. Oh, sneaky stabbing. We're just gonna run away. And they haven't sprung a flank trap yet, so we're just gonna get in on the big guy, right? We're gonna drop a sick one here, because that's the thing. Like on a map like this with this many Dragon Ogres, you know, they can't get around you, so they're gonna have to be engaged with you. Their light cavalry doesn't count for too much. But I guess, you know, there are going to be undead as well. Oh, right, Black Orcs. That was the thing we were supposed to be focusing on. But we hit the lightning sauce with all of our units. I'm like, no, the Grey Weapons need to get up here. After all, there are Black Orcs to fight. Skilla having an absolute party, right? Affects enemies in range. All... Because Skilla's got the Rampage thing when they hit there. Oh yeah, we're, and we'll, drink our little potion there with Kholek. Chaos Trolls are fighting, Black Orcs and a bunch of other stuff besides. But here, Chaos Warriors' Grey Weapons come here on the bats. The support that we had for the Hell Cannon continues to hold up, and we just keep on shelling them. Terror Geist, oh no! Of course, we've got our Dragon Ogres far, far afield. They can probably win this fight, and if not, they can probably run away. No, they'll win against... Oh, that's a lot of stuff. You know, they might stand up, they might run. Alright, so we hit the Storm Rage. Of course, we're still fighting, and Kholek is, like, gonna be ashamed if they run. They know the boss is watching. Terrified? They're not ITP? That is so crazy. And Skilla's fighting Black Orcs. That's like fine-ish, but still you don't want to leave them unsupported doing it. Of course they're not unsupported anymore, because we turned the wise eyes of our folks to him. Skilla getting trucked on pretty bad, but you know, is fine. These Dragon Ogres coming back. And now it'll just be some more undead. Of course, Kholek getting beat up a little bit. Of course, we don't need to let him get beat up super badly. But hey, it's all to the good. He's got, you know... It'll be nice when we get Perfect Vigor for him. Negative 20 to attack when you get exhausted, you know, it's pretty big. But the Hex Wraiths, you know, they think they want this fight. They do not. Because they're like, oh, we're funny. We've got, you know, physical resist. But Kholek has magic attacks, and so does Bubonicus, so... We'll have a big old blob before too long here. These Crypt Horrors, of course, anything Kholek hits. Well, you know, anything Kholek hits. He tried to stand up just to fall back down again. I think these are just like all Garbo. Yeah, I think these are all just chumps. So really it's just that you have to be able to deal with the bigger scary stuff before the chaff gets there, and if you can't, then you get, you know, the problem of the chaff. But here, you know, will just help things along a little bit. You know, if we had Harry the Hammer here, it would have made this very funny, because then the undead would run, but I forgot. I didn't, someone said something about the undead being here, but it's been ages since I've done this quest battle. And then we're going to do a sick, an elite, a glorious burning head. It's going to go all the way down this line of fools. And, that is... what a beautiful sight, There's an arc to it all. There we go. Beautiful. Marvelous, and in all other ways, very good. Alright, so definitely a battle that we could have done earlier. This isn't super late. I often will wait, like, cartoonishly long to do a quest battle, which is not good. But here we get an absolutely amazing item in Star Crusher. I mean, Kholek's already like a raid boss, right? We get a bunch of money for doing it, a bunch of money for the reward for doing it, a Manticore for him, and Star Crusher here, which is, of course, crazy. When you read, I think they retooled this at some point, but 2 Undivided Authority, great. 16 melee attack. Magic attacks 12% weapons, 50 AP, and Star Crusher, which you guessed it, increases all of your splash attack power, weapon damage, and armor, piercing damage by like almost half. It's amazing. And we get the Skull Cannon and the Swords of Chaos, which are a very cool thing. And these are things that we'll try to use in our another army. Because Kholek's army is pretty special already, and we need to have plenty to go around. We're going to take a vigor loss reduction for the army. Conduit. He's got a Manticore, so missile resist is very important now. We're going to roll these together. Book of Assure, wonderful, right? Tons more wins, what's not to like? The green ones that we rolled into it weren't that good, so losing them for something, worth the risk. And at 12, Skilla gets their cool thing. At 72 speed now, that's very nice as well. It's all coming together. Plenty of souls. Plenty of money for once.
What is thy will? Good. Now we see. I will destroy.
And if not plenty of souls, then like at least a bunch of them. And here, do we go ahead and dedicate him to Nurgle? I think so, right? Because, yeah, let's go ahead and get him going. The earlier we do it, because I guess they save some of their levels. Maybe, I thought they lost like all of them. All right, and he gets... Okay. The trait he gets is 100% more experience gain, so that'll be sweet. And the Rot Beast is awesome. They didn't used to get this, but the Rot Beast is so good. I guess they don't get regeneration in their tree. Oh, but he gets 3 uses of Locust, which will definitely do over the negative enemy armor, probably. And melee damage reflection. Super cool. Alright, so here... we do take the replenishment. We do? I mean, who else is going to have it here, right? Replenishment is better than him being slightly stronger. Papa Nurgle understands. And he's already stronger than he used to be because he gets a great weapon on horseback, right? So instead of just... I mean, he also loses the shield. You do lose the shield, but you get your poison weapons. And we could give him the Wormslayer sword, take him down to 30 melee defense, but I don't actually really love that. For specific applications, if we know we're fighting somebody... I mean, I would want that most if I was fighting somebody like Kholek. That can't happen. I'm Kholek. That's me. Swords of Chaos are cool because they have, like, a smaller weapon count than most knights do, but... Alright, so... Hellforged Bellower is the Skull Cannon, so what you do is you get into melee... and it lets you get ammo back, so you shoot your motorcycle stuff with your shotgun, and then you run back in afterward. But that's all stuff that could go in the other armies. Most of the cool RORs won't make it into Kholek's. Now... It's like, if we just start recruiting his army, how long will it take to get off the ground? We can just come over here, though, and then it will already be working. Well, we'll keep him there for just a second, and then he'll move over here towards Cathay Way. I don't guess we can keep the fire magic if we go to a Tzeentch Lord, but he does, you know, he clearly wants to be Tzeentchian. Metal's cool too. I mean, metal's better than cool. Metal's amazing. Will it be time for him to choose a path? We'll see. We'll see sometime later. Here we're going to get this because this settlement is about to be safer than the other ones, right? By virtue of being here where our armies are in the center of. And then we'll be fighting Skulltaker before long and stuff. Here, the Gallows Tree, we'll build that? Yeah, because they're not going to be able to get around to the top, I don't think. Not and sneak up on me, I think. They might have come this way. I don't know where that army went. But I'm hoping they marched over here. And then Chant will catch up with them. Of course, spending that money on another army would be good if we knew we had a place that I wanted to fight. But it's like, Grimgor is scary enough where I can't send, like, a regular new army at him, right? You need a little something. Hero capacity +1 for Chaos Sorcerers. Now that is very attractive indeed, right? Because that's permanently, yeah. Yeah. Awesome. And we get a Talisman of Preservation. And the Branding Iron, which gives... Sweet, yeah. We get access to the Mark of Tzeentch. And the Talisman of Preservation, which of course goes on Kholek, who now has a sweet 28 ward save, and Star Crusher, which is just, oh man, when you pop that... And you see like 1.3k listed damage at this point in the game. It's very nice. The Gambler's Armor, we're going to take this away. You know, actually, you know, we'll let them keep it. We'll let the Chaos guys keep the stuff that they rightfully claim in battle. It's only right, you know. It's only right. A little bit of raiding there. attack occupy, which doesn't let us get any further, but hey, you know, it's still a little bit of something, and with whatever finished building, you know, that's definitely... Here, do we get another Chaos Sorcerer right now? I mean, it also gives us more money. And I would love 2 casters in this army. I would love, yeah. We do have the technology to get them from, like, minor settlements once we build this thing. It's just like 1,000, and it only takes 1 turn, so, you know, you can go into a place, get the ritual hut, and then get a hero pretty quick once you got that, which is nice. Alright, so now... do we go... Yeah, we need a Gift of Tzeentch. But no, we'll do 4 turns here to get Strider for them and ITP, because we do not want to see... Yeah, and then we'll do Branding Iron. No, we'll do Branding Iron first. We don't want to see the Aspiring Champions run away from anything. Not that they, you know, are going to terror out to just anything, but we don't want to see it. Shameful. Skulltaker. Alright, so here he is long memoried about our military actions against the Tusk Sons, but we trespassed on him? Must have been a long time ago. Oh, wherever the quest battle took us. So that's a thing that'll happen too. If you teleport to a quest battle and it's somewhere that you're not allowed to be, then, you know, the AI will get mad about it. They'll be like, hey, how dare you?
Slaughter the sheep.
We'll go here, and hopefully when we take it over, we'll be able to get another sorcerer there, and a ton of money. And Valmir here, the Demon Prince himself. Hey, and he gets a Boon of Chaos. You know, I knew he could do it. What did he get it for? Oh, well, you know, he gets Pendulum, which is very nice. This dude, oh man. You know, he doesn't have a path, which is too bad, because a Nurgle lore passive, like, that's pretty sweet. But, you know, the Gods Smile. Do we drop the Dragon over here? Yeah, because this army's not going to get spun up for a bit. Do we drop him? Only once we're sure it's safe. Because I don't know where that army is. I hardly want to lose the level 4 Dragon Ogre, though. This army only's got 1 itself, you know, so... another one would hardly go amiss. Do we get the Skull... I mean, what I would like is the Hell Cannon, but that's still a little bit away. But we are going to be able to take this ability soon, and Portal Glyph is real nice. Portal Glyph is pretty cool, because it gets you, you know, a whole bunch of experience for your dudes. But we'll probably just keep on churning the passive ones, and then... boom, boom, boom. And I was like, I absolutely don't care to this. Hey, there we go. Occupy and vassalize. It's associated Norscan tribe. Slaughterguard. And here, because they don't have any land, they, you know, will take some attrition, but we might be able to get them a place to live before too long, right? Because we're probably gonna fight Valmir like right now, right? Probably. The Exalty of Cinch, which again, he... You know, for him, you know, no, we might give him the weird thing that takes away all of his bonus for his infantry. So we'll give him standard die, because we might be more aggressive with him than normal. I mean, yeah, let's go Yellow Line. Let's start getting punchy here. Chant becomes immortal. Good for him. Knew he had it in him. Skillet gets Deadly Onslaught. And Festergax gets Locus of Fecundity, which is amazing, which is a blob heal and a vigor heal. For like, it's just so good. Old Stench-ridden. And there's our first heal that will also work for, you know, everything. Wonderful stuff. And the Howling Citadel, you know, none of the buildings convert over. That's okay. We'll build this because it starts paying off immediately. Here, do we march? I mean, I don't love the idea of doing it because I don't know what's there. And if we get caught... Yeah, what we'll do here, yeah, we'll march in here. He'll trade the ogres next turn. Like, man, if they're over here, I'm going to kick myself, but I don't think they are. So wants a trade agreement. Well, it's not a non-aggression agreement. I don't, you know, what does he have that we want? I think he just wants to show that he's a friend. But, you know, I'm good. We only trade with people that work for me, right? Kholek's not like some merchant, okay? Alright, so we move to ambush here, and hopefully it'll work, because this is a whole bunch of armored Kossars, plus Boris, and these armies. However, if they move out all of them, we'll be able to walk away, probably. Let's go ahead and get another unit in here, though. This unit. You know, it's a lot more able to deal with its problems than it used to be, but this dude still only just has Fireball, right? We don't have a true caster here. We do have Harry, and we have the Exalted Hero, which is a lot better at doing damage than our stuff used to be. You know, when he goes in, to hit the big guy, he'll know, but... You know, if we have to deal with 2 more reinforcing armies, that would be very bad indeed. Hopefully we'll be able to run away. He's... Man, I can't believe he's right there. That's craziness. But hopefully, with this guy being here, Boris won't just be looking at me. We're not negative at the moment. Because this just came in clutch to bring us over, so we're just gonna not build anything this turn, and hope that our ambush works. It works. And perfection. Ambush, it caught him, it didn't do the ambush thing. We get it, and then we're able to run away. Look, I fought Boris Ursus like 6 times already in the last 4 turns. Grimgor demands money, or he's going to declare war. Well, it looks like he's going to declare war then. Alright, so it looks like old Daniel might have gotten a reprieve because... The good news is these orcs are going for him. The bad news is that if Grimgor, like, sees them there, well, he'll rip their faces off. But, you know, we'll send him down there. We could actually drop him and then re-recruit him there. I mean, we might as well, right? Save basically nothing. But it's alright. The good news is this war with Grimgor is going to be very far from this new place that we've got set up where we did build, you know, our nicer things. We will build the good money there, because that's our safest one. Here at the Writhing Fortress, it's also the one that we know to be the most defensible on the interior, right? We've got 2 very excellent positions for towers, and with higher level garrisons, you know, probably wouldn't need too much to make it really work. And here... Oh, I didn't pay attention to the auto. We lost some units. What were they? Well, you know, the Marauders of the Crow. What are you going to do? Yeah, you gotta brawl. You gotta fight. That's the way that it is. Well, the Chaos Lord, you know, I guess generic Chaos Lord. I mean, 10 physical resist to all the Chaos Warriors and stuff. That's pretty good. We don't have Chaos Warriors, but we will one day. Yeah, let's just be aspirational then. Yeah, he's got his disc now, so it's just a party.
Fight and fester. Excellent. Yes, my ruinous power.
And, you know, this will be all that they wrote for Boris. Obviously, we're not going to try to make him into a vassal. There's a mod you can get where your vassals can't leave you, which is nice, you know, for chaos, but, you know, if you don't do that, you don't have a whole lot of choices. Now, it's probable enough that these guys will want to fight us in the long run, but Kholek has to get down here to deal with Grimgor. You know, we don't have too much of a choice about that. Chant will be able to deal with that, I sure hope. I'm thinking, like, if Boris comes back, no, because he won't be able to get any more stuff. It'll just be, like, if this auto is kind enough to us. I mean, if not, then we'll just do the battle ourselves, you know, like a gentleman. Losing a couple Marauders is totally worth saving the time. Subjugating is not worth it here. Do we do the sack? We've got plenty of movement to take it. Raising for the souls is another option, though, but I think the money is more important here because we are kind of broke. We do not want to subjugate them, even though you'd get souls, because they are not reliable. You know? Not reliable at all. Now here... This is Chant Rune Smasher, so there's a lot of chants going around.
Magic is chaos. It's mine. What? Fool. My eldritch wind.
And they're both fire, but we're gonna swap their schools before too long. We're just taking him because he has a trait that levels us up a little quicker. And now Boris is taken care of, which feels very good.
I hear whispers from the void.
Because again, if Grimgor... Like, I think our WA allies went up and immediately lost every fight that they were in, so... You know, he's probably going to get into the cookie jar there, but... It's okay. It is okay. It's okay because we can currently pay for our 2 armies, such as they are. And, you know, we're effective. Also, the Slaughter Guard being on deck, Chosen of Khorne with halberds, Slaughter Guard really get it done. And then we'll have Rotting Riders and the Knights of the Brazen Throne eventually, pretty soon. And then Chambers. There's so many extraordinary units to come, and all we got to do is fight a little bit more. I'm not worried about our ability to take out Grimgor with this army. It's still going to be, you know, its own thing. But I'm not, like, worried about it. Kholek is mega strong now, and Skilla gets it done. And we've got, like, you know, some healing and such, but... I am worried about how much Grimgor is going to do before he gets here, but if he's next door to Sail, he'll probably fight him, you know, so we'll see. A great campaign of walking through the Northern Wastes, and we're even revenue positive for the now, so... Because really, if we get this army in a good enough spot, then we can move to attack him. I mean, even now... He's kind of weak, isn't he? I mean, not compared to this army, but like for the Earth. He's a tough nut to crack, maybe. But, you know, he doesn't have that much good stuff. And I think, yeah, he only has 6 regions, so, you know, he has only some things over here. Skulltaker very well might be turning on us. He looks bored, right? He has 8 settlements. I'm not sure where they are. Maybe we're there somewhere. But, you know, this war with Grimgor is going to make pals with Hashut, maybe. And if we can get some Chaos Dwarf spice for the armies, that'll be a blast, too. We just need to keep on marching. He already is on marching. Alright, so we get Syrian Iron, and we're just gonna go ahead and, yeah. I mean, because Marcus Slanesh is good too. You know, what if we want a chariot? And you don't get more there, it's just, you know... The unit capacity for Chaos Warriors is nice, because then you show up there and you're like, oh, look, here's my whole army. You know, sure, you gotta pay for them, but... Plains, we're not gonna lose plains, so we will pay to upgrade the land there. Is he attacking us? No. See, he's still, like, trying to bro out. We just need to figure out how strong this army is. And, because if we can get Daniel to be in a spot that doesn't, like, help him too much, well, then, all to the better. Supervisor is the trait that we were hoping for here. That's why we moved to March, even though, you know, we're not needing it there.
Chaos, channeling. Destruction for all.
Because we can't even just, like, give this dude a settlement. He's just got to, like, wander through the earth. Slowly losing his dudes. Very sad. I mean, moderately sad. He's hardly, like, a charmer or anything. Just moderately sad. But importantly, Grimgor still hasn't moved on us yet. This guy is moving over there. You know, go nuts, bro. Because these are, you know, these are, if you fight them one by one, right, we could beat these armies, maybe, but if we get up here, get a champ, you know, find another exalted hero. Well, we do have Harry, right? I gotta remember. We got our main lord, who does have a manticore. We've got Harry, who is very punchy. But we don't want to get into a fight with Daniel that we can't win for sure. But we might just move up here, because if we take his, if we take the Crystal Spire, then we'll know that we can just recruit a dude here at the Writhing Fortress. Yeah, you know, we might do it. Might work. We'll see. Importantly, you know, we've got enough souls for right now, and we have enough... You know, maybe we... Like, do we... We could sell the monolith, maybe, to Skulltaker. No, because treaties aren't what we want. We would only do that if we were about to have a war and they think somebody would take it. I'm like, treaties. Who am I? Can't really afford either of those. And we'll grab the champs now, because maybe they'll come back in the next turn. Inspiring champions are not just like regular good, they're extraordinarily good. They're so good. And right now, of course, they've got Frenzy, and we've just given them Barrier, and, you know, they, you know, got Poison. They're getting their stuff. And then eventually... They can, like, summon demons. They can do all sorts of amazing stuff. But we're gonna get a ITP here. And there, okay, so there's the Wa. But, you know, maybe maybe we'll delay him a little bit, you know. Kholek will be there before, you know, it'll be 3 turns and Kholek will be there. Even if we lose it, we'll get it back, right? That's how it's gonna be. Now, when we get more money, I do want to get towards our Bjorg Bearstruck quest. No non-aggression pacts, no alliances, only vassalage. You want to mess with Kholek Stone Eater, you better know your role and shut your mouth. Of course, if they get to the challenge stone, then we're gonna lose a lot of money. But if we get there just in time, that's gonna be pretty glorious, because the thing about greenskins is that's a real target-rich environment, right? That's a real I'm gonna get so much post-battle loot environment, and then we'll be able to spin up another army or two. You know, you hardly are upset about a war as chaos. You just don't want to lose one of your precious little settlements if you can avoid it. Now, they've got armies and wall armies, but of course, Grimgor's got 17 settlements, which means he almost certainly has more enemies than me. Alright, we're going to get 20% more souls from battle. I think that's important enough to take now. This guy is ambushed, waiting here. What a good dude! You know, this is amazing. We're totally going to be able to get there in time. And Grimgor's, you know, extortion attempt is not going to be successful. And he's got the 2 casters. We want to dedicate one to Nurgle, but yeah, we'll just do it when we get slightly more souls. Otherwise, our gifts will fall off. And then we'll get a healer in this army. Maybe getting one in the other army would be better, but look, the other army is fine, right? And if we get the second army confidently strong, then it'll be, you know, fully spun up. And that's what Chaos promises, right? Chaos promises that you're going to be able to fight all of your enemies. Which is everyone. But yeah, they're gonna be too late, and of course, moving through the mountains here is gonna be a little annoying, but not like that annoying. Gems gives 1 reserve capacity for all armies. I mean, better than literally nothing. Like, you know, it would be better. It'd be better here, where we make way more money, and where it's more secure. Like, are we ready to do this fight?
Once I achieve true godhood, you may serve me. A diversion. I am ill-disposed.
That's like, I guess we're supposed to build a red building. If we build a red building, will it bribe them into into being our vassal, that'd be funny. Because any deal that leads to us having a vassal is acceptable to Kholek, you know, it's just any other deal isn't. And we're super broke, but we are going to be able to recruit another unit here. Not a Dragon Ogre, he already has 5. Although, dropping the troll and getting, like, another champ would be awesome. And then also, you know, we might just, grab another Marauder or 2. You know, could get 1 Marauder now. What'll it hurt? No. We don't want to do that, because we need another caster, and they can meet up with us, and then we'll have our second caster for the army. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so this guy going to Zinch would be something. It would be cheaper. But we're gonna make Chant into a metal caster of Zinch, so it doesn't really matter. Does anybody learn quick? This guy is gonna learn twice as fast and have cheaper upkeep, so there we go. He's who we'll have. Because we know from experience that you can't just walk through up to the challenge stone that quick. And now we're here. Ogren standing in the gap. Beautiful. And of course now he's backed up, but that's fine. We're going to march, get inside. I mean, trolls are fine. Trolls are good. Honestly, like, what if we got... Well, we're super broke right now. Okay, so we're just not going to worry about it. On the grounds that we're super broke right now. He's at war with the Great Orthodoxy, which means we... might be able to make a move on him here. We're just going to hang out on his border and sort of menacingly stand there. Buildings build so quick for Warriors Chaos, which is good because, you know, their buildings are all, you know, functional rather than things of beauty, so... Yeah, Vassal Tribute is currently 83, so we could double it to be 166, which would be twice as much. And Festergax Bubonicus gets his chariot. Now, normally I would say meh to a chariot, but the thing is that a chariot with armor-piercing values is a different animal. Also, I'm like, oh man, will we remember to do it? But in this army, right, having a chariot to just melt through the blobs that are fighting like infantry with dragon ogres be very good. And later, of course, we'll get the Rot Beast, where we'll be very pleased to be on it instead, and just, you know, be a straight killer. Here, Kholek's gonna pretend to be a mountain. And even if they bring all of these armies here, so what? So this army's got spiders, and wagons, and throwers, and all sorts of stuff. But you know what it doesn't have? Anything to deal with Kholek, Scylla, and Festergax. Like, this crew, right? They will get it done. Can we chosen yet? No, not yet. Rank 7.
The mountains call.
But we're gonna dedicate 1 to Zinch. Chosen with Hell Scourges are fine. Warriors and Dual Uppers are fine. The thing about the Mark of Khorne is, like, Frenzy's cool and all, but, like, I usually feel like having a barrier, you know, pretty good. Severed Claw gets an additional barrier on top of the barrier they already start with. So, it's pretty cool. Because if you don't need to worry about making them into champs if you can get other champs, but... Okay. The Slaanesh Chosen can go into Champions of Slaanesh, which is awesome. You know, let's get a Chaos Warrior with Hell Scourges, you know. A real tanky, hold the line, poison damage thing, and then we'll go up the line, and that'll be the Slaanesh unit here. We'll try to get all the Chaos Gods at least a little represented in the army, you know, for function's sake. And we'll see what happens here. If we ambush them, that'll be amazing. And if we fight a massive army, that'll be pretty good too. Because we do need to get a fight so that we can... Really, we're just waiting for Valmer to leave, because it would be a lot easier to take his house if he weren't here. Heyo, we get the fight. Alright, so it says we're going to have a Pyrrhic victory. What that means is we're going to have a choke point battle? Oh. Wait, what? Have you ever seen such a thing? He has 3 deployment zones. Have you ever... Huh. Well, that is fascinating. On a regular battle, I mean, I'm all for it. We're going to have a party. It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. You know, we've got our fighters. We've got our flying guy, who won't be too worried about too much. We've got Kholek, who ain't going to be worried about anything. Sure, a spider can lay a beat down on them. Sure, 20 bonus, you know, they'll connect and they'll do a bunch of damage. But we've got tools for them too, like the Severed Claw, like the Chaos Warriors with halberds, you know. And of course, they'll be good against Dragon Ogres, but Dragon Ogres too are good against them. And a unit of Dragon Ogres demolishes a spider. That's just the way the paper rock of the game goes. But anyway, I'm going to take a short break here, because this battle seems like it's going to be fun, but I'm just going to get another Mountain Dew, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Stretch my legs. We'll be back. We have 139 wins. That is so many wins. We're going to fly around. We're going to be hitting the fire magic. We're going to be doing spirit leeches, maybe. You know, it's going to be great. And importantly, we're going to make a ton of money. That's going to let us spin up the rest of the war machine. I am having a blast with this campaign. I'm so glad it got off the ground. And of course, as we level with Kholek, that's going to make these new armies, once we get the money, so much better too. It's all gonna come together. We're gonna rampage. Let's get to it. And by that I mean get to this break. I was getting so excited for the battle. Anyway, I'll be back in just a bit. Alright. Let us continue on. We're set up for a Pyrrhic victory, according to the auto-resolve. Who thinks our dogs are going to be blundered? Why? Importantly, we got to the level 9 with all those, and of course we do have huge missile resist. What's their missile like? Pretty big. Of course, lots and lots of gobos. We don't have that much infantry blending, but, you know, skill is large, so the anti-large will work pretty well there. And of course, you don't get a lot of tankiness out of corn, but we do get a lot of pain, so you eventually get the tankiness. Anyway, let's get to it. Very excited to get the Severed Claw on top of a Speed Ray. We'll just protect the Hell Cannon at all costs, and everything else will fall into place. Because, you know, this is no slouch of an army anymore. This is stone cold killers, right? They will get it done. Severed Claw is 1800. You know, shield. So there we've got the Locust, which is a massive AoE heal for a blob. It's super good, right? 9% heal plus 9% vigor, you know. It looks like they tried to give them a bigger deployment, but they deployed all of them here. And I'm like totally not afraid of their chunk here. We're just gonna fireball into, yeah, into the bolt thrower. Why not? And if they're trying to back everything up, we're just gonna charge in and manticore it up, right? We're gonna manticore it up. It's gonna be great because the bolt thrower doesn't want any of this hell cannon smoke, and they're trying to back up. However, the artillery's already engaged, so this is super good for us. Chance is just going to make a day of it here, right? Hell cannon is incredibly good at anti-artillery fire, so. And here they're around. This guy doesn't. Yeah, this guy is terror as well. But you know, the Hell Cannon will run out of ammo eventually. But it's not bad to use it to get the enemy artillery offline. Obviously, any artillery fire that you take is damage, true. But here we managed to do very well indeed there. Like, that reminds me, this guy is literally a caster. And then, so they're in the trench now, right? And then we'll, this isn't that good of a Burning Head, but, you know, depending on where it turns, you know, it hit Black Orcs, but, you know, we charge into Goblins. We're going to be able to get out, though. Right. And then we're going to lay a Flamestone in here, just because, you know, just because I cast it. It's going to be fine. We've got a lot of wins, right? And if we don't start using it now, we're going to wake up and be like, man, why didn't I use my wins again? My wins again. This early phase, though, super good. And, of course, their other army getting in, that's going to be its own time. All right, so now guard mode, and we need to shoot at these black orcs, but not leave where we are. Alright, the pump wagons here, pretty good. We're going to get a black orc shot here. These are Wolf Rider archers, but this burning head is, oh, better than the last. Well, you know, the curve goes up, and it will hit that goblin archer unit, so pretty nice. The black orc is trying to dodge the hits here. That's, you know, it's bold. We'll see how well that works out. We're just going to back up a little bit here. And we're going to re-roll them a little bit here, and now it's time to flank here and get in here to support Chant and get the Severed Claw engaged with the Arachnarok Spider. Get here on the biggins. Get Skilla helping here. Halberds on this. No, we need these guys on the Mangler Squigs because they blow up when they die. We don't want them in the regular units. Skill onto the chariots is going to absolutely get it done, though. And this, oh yeah, we're going right over there. Look at that line. That line, my friends, is the line that is going to totally have a great time whenever we arrive with our caster. Severed Claw fighting on Ragnarok. Literally their perfect matchup. And they're trying to get in here. It's not going to work. Kholek getting very, very shot by something. Get a burning head here and follow it up with a sick move there. And we're just going to get Skilla all the way in because they're already running all the way in. I think they're dragging all the archers in the back, or mainly. So we'll move like so. The champs are, you know, having a fine time. They're not, like, upset that this is happening to them. And Kholek is over here. We need to get him over here. We need to get all these guys over here. Severed Claw are fighting just like dudes, and, you know, the thing is, we're fighting like a bunch of junk in here. It's not perfectly ideal. We're going to send him over. It's fine, though, because we know that we have just immense missile resist. And here, we're going to come in down this way. This burning head, you know, they're already stuck in with a lot of things, so that's going to roast down there. Even with the wall, we'll expect him to run. We'll expect him to die. We're going to expect this war boss to have a bad time. Alright, and now we pop our Locust. You know, it was hardly the most advantageous thing, and we could have done, you know, more, but importantly, we absolutely schwammer them here. Beautiful stuff. Arachnarok Spider fighting great weapon infantry. You know, they're not halberds, but they are great. They are very great at weaponing as infantry. And Skilla, of course, giving the old gravitas here. Now, we absolutely want to be running these people down as we can. You know, we're not going to belabor it too much, but these are all people that will need to fight, like, right after this. So, any infantry that we get on. Hey, Neo, how's it going, dude? We are rocking and rolling in this campaign now. It's a hard knock life for our foes. Grimgor declared on us, but we got there right on time. Our Norscan vassal was, like, ambushing in the gap and, like, like jockeying backward and forth with him for a few turns. Our orc vassal like ran over like 3 armies to fight Grimgor's stuff and lost, but they didn't like lose their main faction due to Grimgor, so they didn't get confederated. And yeah, now we're and Kholek got there, so we're like back over at the challenge stone at the start. We took care of Ursus. And Chant's army is getting legit. We've got like we did some marks for some people, you know, and so we're planning on bushwhacking the Demon Prince Daniel. Have you at the peak of Kholek now? He's only like level 22, and we're just starting on the yellow line. But we did his quest battle, so I mean he's amazing, and our army is already very good, right? We got a Chaos Warrior of Tzeentch and Slaanesh and Nurgle of their special variants. We got a Champ in the Severed Claw. You know, we got 5 Dragon Ogres, and they're in all gold chevrons now. Yep. You say getting over the hill is so satisfying. Yep, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I was like, and 2, because I keep saying this, but you weren't here. With all of the new stuff from all of the DLCs that I've gotten since the last Warriors Chaos campaign that we played, which would have been, you know, a long time, like, I don't know, 9 months maybe a year, you know, before I streamed really, but, or rather, while I was streaming, but before I streamed this game, but you get all these legendary heroes that weren't in the game then. I still don't even have them, you know, Steercar, Blue Scribes, you know, we got Scylla here, and then there's just like so much that you can get that's bonus, and then all the new regiments of renown. It's like, it's not like you only have your one special army, you know, like in Malachi, where, you know, you've got Gotrek and Felix and Ulrika and Malachi, and then the other army. Here, like, there's so much juice to go around, right, that I feel like they can be pretty happy all around. And now we get, I mean, that one doesn't really matter here. We need, speaking of assassinations, we need to get one onto somebody. Now, if Valgar can come here and settle that place, that would be ideal. We're just going to move here. And go to ambush, hoping that this guy moves into our trap, even though that's just the army that we tuned up. Now, he is about to delete our long-suffering dwarf, or, sorry, not dwarf, oh, how offensive. Our long-suffering greenskin ally vassal. But the thing is by getting rid of him, when you do that, you, like, wipe off the diplomatic problems that you created, right? So it'll be a lot easier for everybody to forget that I did make friends with, you know, the greenskins. Now we need to get Bjorg. We can do that here. Winning battles gives you growth because of the Nurgle boon that we've got on. We might even be able to get foreign replenishment now, but, like, man, this growth per region, I gotta keep it on. I got to keep it on for now, because even now, like, man, we need money. We need money so bad. We need money for a third army. We need money for all of the stuff that we're doing. We're rocking out. This is so awesome. We're killing it. Now we got some souls, but not really enough. No, I mean, we can do this right now. Well, let's do it next turn, and then we'll get a Nurgle caster rolling, and then this army's going to be, like, cartoon great. We've already got our Nurgle champion of combat here. Here we get defense or power. Oh, the defense is low because we're on a chariot. I'm like, that's super low defense. No, we'll just get the power because he's going to be on a rot beast, and then, you know, there'll be time to get all of it. before the night is through, right?
The gods smile. This is wise. Ready. Good.
We have 2 firecasters in that army, but that's because we're going to turn one of them into, you know, a Tzeentch Metalcaster and one of them into a Nurgle-caster. Harold is in the secondary army. Aren't you proud of me for not keeping everything in one spot? But yeah, Harold's in the secondary army where we have... we spent our first mark getting the... oh, look at that! Ogren gets to show up. Clutch. We spent the mark on the Exalted Hero, so he's like disking it up and stuff, but... Because that was the guy that was like the hero and stuff. They were the ones who defeated Boris Ursus in the totally awesome defense. The first fight. We fought him a couple more times. We did another pretty sweet defense. Now here, he's at war with the Great Orthodoxy, but maybe they're not very close to each other. Because that garrison, you know, his army's not too great. That garrison, though, might take a little bit of doing. But we've got a level 3 Burning Head here, so that would get through. I mean, just Khorne... No, they just look fiery. They do have a lot of armor, though. I mean, that's a bunch of Chaos Warriors of Khorne without great weapons. What do we have that deals with it? The whole army? Yeah, Harold could go and beat up on any number of those, right? I mean, he's not that tanky. But he does have melee damage reflection. Anyway. Really, I just need to have enough money to grab the Skull Cannon here and feel safe about it. But Kholek gets this. So what we can do... Alright, what we'll do... Valgar, this is going to be so good if we can pull it off. We're going to take this... Auto-resolve it here, right? We're going to sack it. This guy doesn't have a home, you know. But if we wait right here, we'll help him in the fight, and then he'll you know, settle it, and we'll be able to resettle him here in these mountains. And isn't Kholek a wise and good leader? And Ardra Fulatif having a bad time, but the Wall armies here, you know, they're a little beat up, and, you know, unless Grimgor himself shows up with a crazy stack, we're not really worried about anything anymore. We feel okay. Kholek's army's good. We do need another big fight so we can get some big souls. We're going to go ahead and Path of Glory him. Okay, and after he wins the fights, he's going to get a purple Sunbound and regeneration. I don't think they give them, yeah, and then he'll eventually get a Rot Beast, which is, you know, I mean, it's not a Rot Fly, but we might take the War Shrine. I'm not sure what he does in it, but just, you know, to be an anchor. But we're going to... Okay, so he doesn't lose all of his... Oh. Oh, that is sick. Because he used to be a Deathcaster, and he gets Scaled Skin. This is super good. Since he used to be a Deathcaster, he gets Life Leeching permanently. Okay, so they all can get something from their previous stuff. That, you know, I didn't know. And that's very excellent, because now I'm seeing, you know, like Deathcaster being before, that's going to be a lot better than making a Firecaster into him, you know. They'll make them weak to fire, you know, when they do a metal thing. That's not as good. Alright, well. Sweet. And we'll just take this because, you know, he won't have a yellow line. Asthma, we get the heal, and then... Stream of Corruption, because Rancid Visitations is like a single target nuke, but really it's just about getting Fleshy Abundance, and then you can heal like a block for a whole ton. Huzzah! I feel like they're like really good at defending from attacks, but we need to get somebody with an attack so we can get another legendary hero. We also need to fight before too long. Alright, now... I hate to leave this guy here for so long. If we raid them, will they come out at us? If they do, do we win? You know, we are making money. We can just get this, and then... Yeah, you know, there's no reason not to level it up. Since we've got a guy right there to support it. That army is a very expensive thing to be sitting still. I just... How bad would it be to open this front? It's just that... How do we deal with the fight, right? Alright, now that we know that we're going to keep the trait, we don't want that guy. Alright, well, we'll just get him a different... We'll upend the whole thing. No, we... If we get... more money... If we get more money, we can get, like, the Skull Cannon and Thunderguff, and then, like, go for it. And, we still won't have anything for the walls, but we'll have the Wall Cracker. If we wait much longer, then, you know, it'll be worse. It'll be pretty sketchy getting in, but I bet, you know, I bet we'll be fine. The two guys we have in the air can duo the boss, and then... Yeah, it'll probably be fine. We'll do that, like, next turn. Regen for those guys is super good, but Gate of Tzeentch is pretty extraordinary too, because just like summoning a unit of pink horrors is bonkers. I think yeah, Tzeentch gifts could be good too.
Despoil, ravage.
Grimgor wants peace? Oh, I don't think so, buddy. Not after I walked all the way over here. I bet you do want peace now, you big dumb brick of an orc. But it ain't happening. We help out. We get some souls, and... Yeah! We reestablish our guy there, and now we could give him experience. What we're going to do is get more souls from fighting. And the Rotting Riders, which are extraordinary, and, you know, getting them into this army, that might be what we need, but... You know, he's not getting any stronger here. He totally knows we're here, though. But we'll wait till the last minute to recruit them. And then once we start... Because also, the closer we are to Tier 3, it'll be a lot easier for us to defend it when that's there. You know, we can throw a Lord of Metal. Because, man, do I ever believe in that Searing Doom for solving our problems. But here, ooh, we've got a big old fight. They're in Underway. Yeah, they're in the Underway, so this is going to be very good for us, right? They won't have anywhere to go but right up into us. 3 spiders, Black Orc grape weapons. Yeah. Yeah, plenty to brawl with. And yeah, it says we're gonna lose everything. We're not gonna lose everything. We're gonna do better than that. Probably. That's the thing about a narrow map. Oh yeah, they're all gonna have to walk up into the same line. They're all gonna have to spend their vigor walking down a very long way. And we're going to be demolishing them with justice beforehand. He's got a horse, which gives him 100 armor. We got our Firecaster. We have 143 wins reserve. So yeah, we're gonna be just fine. Getting trolls to take the charge is nice, because they regenerate. We want the Summoners of Rage to fight first, because they need to fight for 60 seconds to regenerate their Chain Lightning. They only get 1 use of it, but... Alright, so we'll just go here. You keep it on defensive mode, on defense stance, and then you won't, like, go too weird with it, but you still sometimes will go pretty weird. Now, they've got large units here that could catch us out, but if we go over here and try to... Yeah, so the Orc Borbigans, they have anti-large and armor piercing. They're not gonna, like, delete our units, but they would be able to potentially hurt them some. Here we have 50 missile resist on Chant, so he is okay. We're gonna move up here on the Rock Lobber. You know, that Burning Head didn't really work too well, but it's okay. It's about sending a message. We definitely could have got some better work out of it, is what I'm saying. But what they're doing here is not going to work. They are bringing pump wagons in. We want to get the charge on them if possible. Even though our Severed Claw will be good, you know, pump wagons will do very, very solid work against any infantry unit, even though they won't feast super hard there. Here, we'll just drop a Flame Storm. Could have been better. Still is pretty good, and then we're gonna follow it up with this, because again, we have just so much wins. We got to spend it, and I regret nothing. And all of their walk very far away from help. Alright, where are the Black Orc great weapons? Well, we can't quite see them. We will just shoot at the regular Black Orcs then. They use a little spell action there. The big boss is coming in, so we are going to get on him as well. Get them going here and here. Exalti heals the blob. We managed to pop right on the chariots there. Perfect. Oh, Kholek is all the way over here. Yeah, let's get into the battle, huh? Why don't we just... And of course, they still have tons of dudes. But we aren't at our pre-programmed kill limit yet. Far from it. They're trying to get away from the storm, but there is no escaping the storm. This is a real storm. And this great shaman here, we're just going to get in here and here. Night Goblin's somehow not running. You know, they're very brave here in Grimgor's army somehow. But importantly, this is going to be a massive, massive fight. So we're going to get so much post-battle loot, I hope. 7 seconds, and we're going to Locust here, and that'll be nice. We'll be able to heal this blob, which includes, you know, Summoners of Rage and all sorts of other of Rage units. And it's Star Crusher time, baby. Alright, we need to get out of here. They are way too far forward. Night Goblins are unbreakable. They must have some juice. I'm like, they aren't all like that. Oh, the Lord would have given it to him, probably. Because importantly, you know, they still have to do everything else. Like, walk across the whole way. So that's going to drain them. And they're still trying to get around on the flank. It's not working. We're going to get Scylla up into the center. Hit the heal. Not that targeted of one, but it's alright. And they're not going to be able to push through the back here. One of these units can escort them off. The other ones can lead up to the front. Alright, and now the big army comes at the rear, right? You know, the real punchy one. However, we've got some punch of our own planned with a 1, 2, 3 of fire magic. Spider, let's get on it. Where's the severed claw? Let's get on the second spider. Where is? Oh, they're not around. Let's back up here. Orc biggins don't want to fight infantry, so that's what we'll fight them with. They're anti-large, so we won't let them fight with them. Alright, second Second spider showing up now. We're gonna drop a sick hit here. Lightning bolt, oh lightning bolt, why won't you strike them down? Yes! Freeing the Nurgle hero to get out. And of course, Skilla doing so great. We're gonna get on this spider now, and this spider now, and a little bit spider now. And he's got his bound thing, so that's good. The Black Orcs coming in here, they're not going to be able to do too good with it, right? They thought I was going to lose my whole crew. Nuh-uh, no way. Not me, baby. Star Crusher! And that's why, you know, a spider is even as big as Kholek. But are they as bad as Kholek? Well, you can see that dead spider on the ground, and I'll tell you, it wasn't the other spider that did that. What we're going to do here is a sick purple sun on this block, and no matter which way it turns, it's going to hit their elite infantry because they've got big uns, Black Orc Grey Weapons, and Black Orcs. And it absolutely gets it done. Man, I love Death Magic. Of course, just a bound spell is just as lovable as Death Magic is. Locust, you know, the chariot makes him a big target, but hey, he's getting his work in. He is getting his work in, and now look at him run away. Of course, we absolutely do want to find them and chase them. Did they do? No, we took this fight, that's right.
Exalted hero of
Because the Wa armies sometimes will like break off upon defeat and stuff. It just sort of depends, but this army is crazy good. Clearly, it's awesome already, and it's only going to get just so much better. Got to love it. Hell Cannon hits his pre-programmed kill limit. Yeah, and we absolutely lay the beat down on these fleeing units, which is worth so much, right? It's, I used to use this mod called AI General, and sometimes I wish I still did. It would, you could assign some of your units to it. I did it because my hands didn't work. So, like, how I could play Total Warhammer, which I played a whole lot of it using this mod, is, you know, I would set up my things, you know, you play a missile faction or whatever, and then you micro a little bit during the battle, and then at the end you can just, or at any point you can hit a button and say, oh no, take control of them, which is really good for getting down fleeing enemies and for other things. All right, so there we see the Nurgle chariot totally feasting, the caster amazing, you know, all of our guys doing so good. The dogs, you know, there's always a place for a unit of dogs. I don't think we care about these blue horrors. I think it would be better for us to just get them in the pool, honestly. But we get a chunk of money and a whole bunch of souls, and that's real good, because, you know, I am very much always wanting more marks to put on people. The undivided thing is cool, but, oh, there we go. Skull Crushers of Corn. We get our Rot Beast. Now we're absolutely talking, right? Because now this dude is quite a fighter with 70, 67, like 650 weapon strength with almost 500 of it being pure AP. Like, is real good. Ooh, and we can get the Blast Creever. Rapier of Ecstasy, of course, should only be given to somebody who plans on being Slaanesh for thematic reasons. We're going to give the other army the book, because that other army already has quite a bunch of capacity from the book.
I am death.
Because now they're all on the back foot, and it cracks the wall of a couple of... Yeah, because that was... some of the wall didn't even get to show up for that battle. That's how bad we beat them. Yeah, get wrecked. Alright, so while we could get some replenishment here... Just the barest amount.
Good. Now we see.
And then Nurglecaster will be crazy strong before too long. We do tough instead is 20 armor. That's totally worth a single point. We do not take the Sun Eater. I don't care. You don't do it. The demonic attribute is terrible. It's so bad. You don't do it. If you can get Unbreakable from something, then you can do it. If you get the Sword of Cain, then you can take it. Sword of Cain would make you lose Star Crusher. It'd still be worth it. Star Crusher is one of the single greatest things that you can get in the game for any character. It's so strong. But... Alright, if we go here, we can knock both of these armies down, including the one that's got spiders. And make another tidy chunk of change. And we'll go this way. Yeah, the amount of regiments of renown you get now and their quality is absolutely nuts. But I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to take advantage of it. I'm like, we can roll these into a better weapon. Axe of Corn? That is a better weapon. Because him being a Corn Lord would be cooler than a Slash Lord. I mean, they're both fine. Bum, 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 bum.
I will destroy.
And the Exalted Hero of Nurgle just gets better and better. And of course, now we got Fleshly Abundance, which is going to help out a ton too, because we can just go in, bam, hit it, and then suddenly this sort of beat up blob becomes not really that beat up anymore. Anything good here to grab? Nope, that's all right. We got a ton of money, and they're not getting at the Challenger Stone. And because we're fighting Grimgor, it's going to make Sail like us better. I mean, he's not going to want to work with us. We're going to have to punch him in the face eventually. But, because everybody hates Grimgor, right? And so that's going to make all of our neighbors, like, pretty much bro out. I mean, he doesn't know Grimgor or he'd hate him. But... So here, we get the Rotting Riders, who will be very good, and we get the Knights of Brazen Throne. That's going to cut us down from being revenue positive a little bit to being broke. It's also a gigantic amount of power to just acquire. because we're going to fight this fight and we want to win it. We're going to open up this front. I don't love that I'm doing it, but we're going to gamble that he's in bad enough shape that we might be able to like get peace after a little bit, which is acceptable. What we want is to cripple him by taking his Dark Fortress and to get Chance Army doing something productive. You know, in that order. You know, we got Chant, we got, you know, we got some stuff. Can we dedicate him? I guess we could ascend to Demonhood eventually, but I feel like Demon Princes aren't as good as the mortal ones, and if you want to play Demon Princes, you know, you could get whatever other guys do it. We're going to... try to get a Razor standing in there. You know, because we can just pop him. He's not that scary, and he's only level 14. All of his skills are red line. But it looks like he's got, like, some malices going on. But we, you know, we need to do this. Do we need any other regiments? We're upside down a little bit. We could afford a little bit more. What would be the best? If we get the Knights of Immolation, this army is going to be, like, the coolest army, right? We'll have the Chimera, and, yeah, you know, let's just go for it. It's going to be expensive, but... Alright, can these guys upgrade to... These guys can upgrade to warriors now. Let's just get a couple warriors, shall we? Oh, they gotta take the mark first to go up. I'm like, why didn't we... And we're just gonna take this so that we can get some... barrier. Do we want like warriors with the anti-infantry to try to churn in some? No, we will do tanky Hellscourge ones. Still have 5k, alright, so we can... I mean, really getting a couple more Chaos Warriors in there. We got 2 champs and 2 warriors, 3 warriors. Frolickers Bubonic love to grind, and we've got 3 very, very punchy. You know, let's get the Knights of Immolation. I bet we can get some good work out of them. Do we drop the trolls for them? No, absolutely not. We'll drop a unit of Marauders. But we could get the Hellforged Bellowers, which I think, you know, if we use it smart, would be a much higher ceiling than these guys, maybe? Nah, no, I don't buy that. These guys will be fine. And we've got Harpies to fight. Well, they're not good at fighting Harpies, are they? They'll be able to help. And this will get us the special, we'll have, like, the special cavalry of all the Chaos Gods here with Chant. You know, because he's not going to lean as hard onto the Dragon Ogres. And now that this army is expensive, can we fight him right now? Yeah, we totally can. And we are going to... It's got a sack value of 9k, but I think we want to take it over rather than sack it, you know, and keep the thing high. Of course, we have to win first. We do have to win first. I'm like, no, we'll take the mark afterward, because right now we actually have the bonuses to our people, and we'll lose levels by taking the mark. Yeah. If we win here, defeating all the corn things, that'll make it more practical to take the mark of corn. If we want to. It's like, it says we're just gonna win. We're gonna do the fight, because this is a fight against, you know, the Demon Prince. It's very epic stuff. We're gonna do the fight. Alright, we're gonna put the AP damage on the Hell Scourge ones, because they're like the... You know, they're pretty tanky. But no, you know, we have magic attacks out of the Zinch ones, so let's do that. Alright. Now we're going to be able to crack the wall and get in. They've got quite a scary Air Force, right? But we've got some air assets of our own now. And once we get in, we just need to be careful to not make anybody try to climb a wall. This is like a Chaos Dwarf settlement. Okay. So we know it's going to be a nightmare to get in, potentially. But once we get in, it'll be fine. We can get these guys back here just to get somebody deployed over on that side. You kind of always want to do that. We could do it with the flyer too, but you know, we're not going to do that for reasons. Alright, so Hero on a disc plus Bloodshriek plus Knights of Mo. They're going to be able to be a really, really big headache for anybody that's on the wall. You know, they're going to be able to dive in, dip in, dodge in, duck in, get it all done. Oh, and the Chaos Lord is on a Manticore too. I remembered that.
You dare challenge me? I am ready. Army of the Dark God.
We'll start them here, and then to maybe get someone over on this one, and then we'll push them across there. So we just need to get in quickly. And, like, inside the walls so that we're not going to be getting hit by the towers. We have a wall crack, right? So that'll be the principal way in, and then we'll just... Crucially, they don't appear to be like that anxious about this side, and there are a lot of them over here, which is good. It's what we wanted. We're gonna fly the Zinch Knights over here. And get to fighting there and there. Because they don't have, like, any real anti-large besides the Demon Prince himself, who's not anti-large, he's just, like, you know, good at fighting things. We'll get these guys off of the wall, riding riders onto the inside, onto the Bloodletters of Khorne. But, you know, the plot's about to thicken when all these Furies get in here, and we might be dying. We might be dying. Daniel's here. We drop this here, and it's going to pop these whole Chaos Knight Warriors onto the ground. It works beautifully. It does not kill our guys. I think maybe a couple of our... Yeah, the Knights of Immolation, definitely, you know, we can't run away. We gotta keep brawling. But crucially, you know, we are beating them down because the The Exalted Hero of Tzeentch is so good at fighting, and the Chaos Lord is losing now. We need to get him out of there. And they are sending in more Furies. But importantly, we are beating basically everyone that was there. And now the Prince is trying to run away. That's not going to work for him. These Chaos Warriors trying to get away too. We're going to jump on the Furies there. Got a huge blob fight here in the front. That is all to the good, of course, because we have blob fight clearing potential. And now we are fighting the Demon Prince in the sky. That'll be quite a story for Chant Vorgus, the Chaos Lord. And he's going down. Of course he's going down. You know, with the Rotting Riders and the Blood Crushers, they can just stand up and fight for, like, ever. We're trying to get Harry in. Once we pop him, of course, it'll be a big debuff to their whole crew, and we'll be able to more freely move about the country. The Fury's just going to be melting now. Beautiful stuff. Oh, they do the bombardment under them. I was like, I didn't even target it. But super amazing. You know, it's a bunch of Chaos Warriors of Khorne, but they can't do anything against this, right? Rotting Riders are very good, and Chaos Warriors of Khorne do not have high weapon strength, and they don't have high armor piercing. They don't have what it takes, right? They don't have what it takes. We are the champions of the world. Hero of Tzeentch on a disc is so good. I don't care what damage it says he's got. I believe he's good, and that's the same as him being good. We get our heal off, and then get a big breath on these fools, and now we're gonna dive them. You know, let's get him out of this embroilment. He is getting pretty beat up. But Harry's here amongst these bloodletters, who are very good at fighting, right? But we are also pretty good at fighting ourselves. And we managed to cast the fire, and it goes right back at us. Oh, and then right through there. That is so funny. Man, Ludred, you don't get to be a firecaster anymore. We're gonna... we're gonna find a different job for you, buddy. You've made your point. And of course, the Bloodstreak Chimera, unlike most monsters in the game, you can totally just, like, abandon... because it's immune to flanking, so it's very solid stats. Will continue to be very solid, like, forever. Oh, those are Marauders. I'm like, but I don't want to get charged by some Chosen. They aren't. Beautiful stuff. Beating him down. Of course, he's not very high level, and that's very good, because the higher level a Chaos Lord gets, the more access to all the regiments of renown they get. So if you can't beat him in one turn, you might have to fight every single purple unit you've ever seen for like a year. But we got inside, and Shatterstorm, like, that's another reason why I love Warriors of Chaos. For so many factions, it's like, what do I do? How do I get inside, you know? Do we take a bunch of tower damage, which always just makes me feel so bad. But we don't have to, you know? The thing about the Riding Riders is they regenerate. The Knights of Brazen Throne are insanely great at fighting. Like, that's a big AP. Those are big weapon string values for, you know, like this. With 130 armor, you know, they don't regen, but they don't have to. But the Riding Riders are bonkers. They're so good. And, you know, they also have the ward save. Because Riding Riders. But they, we're going to be army lossing them pretty soon. And that went wonderfully. You know, we probably could have done it without buttressing it with... Well, I don't know. The Knights of Immolation did a bunch of work. Actually, you know, I think getting the 3 cavalry in there was a good move and probably pretty important for success. But there we go. We made the aggressive move, and now Daniel has fallen. I wonder if their defeat trait is good. Also, Chant has totally earned a dedication, or he can, like, become a Demon Prince eventually, which, although I don't, like, think Demon Princes are particularly great, Undivided ones especially, like, what do they even do? But... Did that trait say Kislev? What? Oh, that's annoying. That's dumb. Who cares? Alright, now we're gonna have to be prepared for them to crack back somewhere. However... You know, that's like... We're just gonna have to be prepared for it, you know. Both of these places have very solid garrisons where if we get a lord there in time, like if we just notice they're coming, we'll be alright. We don't have supply lines. We might just, you know... I mean, if we know we're gonna be dedicating this guy to a different thing, it's hard to say. Metal is better for defending, though, so we'll just take this. Metal casting as the passive gives your army AP damage, which is totally worth it. And he can sit there, and of course, this one already has the level 3 garrison, so if they go all the way over there, we'll be more likely to be fine. And Chance Army is very punchy, very strong, and can deal. Now, we got basically no souls for that, so we'll have to hold on. But Harry becomes even more cartoon powerful. We'll get the missile resist there. And of course we're all... Oh, the foreign replenishment is because we did the quest not very long ago. Alright, awesome. Great, and in all other ways, good. Do we build this? Nah. I mean, 5 more people would help. I'm just glad Valgar's alright, and then we're gonna be able to... I mean, he wants to brawl, right? But fortunately Kholek will be around here to defend his interests. And crucially, you know, we are not that upside down. We'll have a new fortress, so that'll be some money. And, you know, we waited longer than maybe we had to, but that would have been a much tougher fight without our infusion of power. And he wants to trade and pay me for it. Of course! After all, he's our vassal. Here we raid just because, you know, we can't quite get there, and then we'll roll that up. We'll probably give it to this vassal because a Norscan vassal is better than one of those, you know, because I thought they were going to get eliminated. But now, you know, it's been so long, I guess a lot of people basically have gotten over it. Basically. Oh, he doesn't like that we fight the Legion of Chaos. Well, he'll have to get over it, right?
It is customary to war.
So that means we might have to fight Skulltaker before too long. We've got, like, really crazy stuff in this army, which is good, because Skulltaker is the sort of dude that requires that sort of influence. Do we mark? Yeah.
Endless broiling change.
This Partners in Chaos thing is good. You know, most of these aren't so great, but, you know, he'll get a disc, and that'll make him, you know, pretty good at stuff. And Final Transmutation's amazing. Oh, and he gets the Zine Shogment there. That makes sense because of the mark. Anyway, we only have like a couple of turns before we run out of souls, but that is always how it goes. Now, does he have 5? He has 5. So what we'll do is go this way and then try to sweep up through. Alright, he's got an army there and an army here, which means this army is the one we need to deal with. Will he come and attack us? I mean, possibly. He's got a whole bunch of Chaos Warriors of Khorne with halberds. That's scary. We'll be able to deal with it because we'll just drop Searing Dooms on them. It is scary. Halberds are a problem, but, you know, we've got a couple units of champs and some regular Chaos Warriors that match up well against Halberd Warriors, because Halberds, you know, they've got their own problems. Fortunately, this does mean we can think that their armies are probably over here, meaning they probably don't have one over there to get into the veritable cookie jar. Yes, and they came out to brawl. Oh, they're both here. Good. Great, actually. Yeah, sure. So these dogs, how do we do? They're high weapon strength and demons, okay. All the corn stuff is pretty weapon or damage resistant, magic resistant, but you know, 35% still do something. Senti Zinch and Screamer Zinch. This is a caster lord. She slash, but she can't make us frenzy. Blood Reaper. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. You know, we've got punch. We can take care of their air force. We've got a roaming wrecking crew in the sky, right? We just need to make sure they don't get hurt too bad. Now, of course, these are demonic armies, so they'll crumble when they fall. And since they don't have, you know, anything to really punish an Air Force, which is why it's fun fighting Chaos, right? Yeah, they're crazy, but if you're even crazier, you don't have to be afraid. And we'll just set up here. Reason for this is so that it'll be more annoying for them to flank us, and we'll just move over into this zone with our guys. Now our Air Force can just straight go into the top and pop in, so that's just what we'll do. You know, it's actually pretty sweet. Now, a player here would land, right? But the AI, I don't think they ever would. So, you know, because if they would land, of course, you wouldn't be able to do what we just did there. Harry will stand here in the gap. Screamers get melted. And I think they were actually bracing for that, but hey, as long as we... My goodness, that was super rough. Let's get out, right? Let's get out. That wasn't smart. You know, we did some damage, sure. I think they were braced. I didn't think they were when we charged in, but now I definitely think they were, and that's why we ate some damage there. It's alright, you know, we'll regenerate. Because they can try to flank, right? But, like, what's the point? You know, it doesn't do huge damage, but I mean, 1,000 damage is 1,000 damage. And Harold is getting in. We're gonna dive the Blood Reaper here. These flesh hounds are getting melted, and now, yeah, they're streaming in from all the way over there. But of course, it's going to be much too little and much too late. Their flank is going to totally fail, as we knew it would. And this fool is drained down into the drain. But now the halberds are here, and we've got to get our big crew out and be more careful with them while Harold comes in and earns his keep. Exaltee of Sinch is a little behind there. We don't love that. It's not great. Need the Frolickers Bubonic here, bumping and grinding in the main. And here we see the beauty of chaos. You know, the inferiority of the forces of Khorne before the forces of chaos undivided, for sure. Because, you know, Khorne thought he wanted to brawl till he got here, and now look at him. I mean, like, literally now look at him. Looking like a chump. Because, of course, the Knights of the Brazen Throne... They're just like, oh, what did you say they had? Anti-large halberds? I don't care. Where are they? I want to brawl. They're very corny. They are the corniest bros. We're going to fly over top now and get a bombard here. Oh, they brought the Sour Guts. Oh, beautiful, is it not? But I'm just glad he came to us, right? Because otherwise, we would have had that other army there. But now we're going to be able to truck down both of these and maybe get like a nice clean sweep in this war rather than having to double back at all. Very nice stream hump. Because it's going so well. We got past that early game hump in the campaign, which is a tough one. But now, because when you get an army this good, this army's not like bonkers strong, but it's very strong, right? And it's getting better all the time. I mean, we still got like some Marauders, but they're going to be Chaos Warriors before long. And Chaos Warriors aren't chosen, but they're so strong. Chaos Warriors are so good that it like makes my teeth hurt. Like, it just blows my mind that some factions get them so early and some don't. And this fool, look at him. But we just want to make sure that whatever they're trying to run away with doesn't get away. They have mostly, you know, demonic units, but they had plenty of these units of Khorne here, right? They must have dedicated their building to Khorne, and that's why they could get, you know, the units of mortality there. Because the Demon Prince is chaos, but, you know, not for a specific chaos god, but it's demons of chaos. Whereas I am the warriors of chaos, but I still get a bunch of demons. You know, they both get to double dip, triple dip, and quadruple dip. But since there's only one bowl of chaotic salsa to eat, you know, they all have to share. They don't always share so well. And it goes awesome. We shred their armies and get no souls because, you know, demons, but... But that was just awesome, because now both those armies are toast, and Chant gets his Chaos Dragon. And a Chaos Dragon, you know, now you're talking. We'll get the Missile Resistant, Hearts of Iron. They're both so good. We'll get Herald, a little Heralder. Okay, so we can get a Bound Fireball. That's pretty good. More Barrier. Barrier's never going to be that much unless we're on the War Shrine. And then the barrier would be a lot. But the barrier would take away the point of it all. I think Bound Fireball is totally legit here. We'll even remember to do it sometimes. Yeah, we've got to get into a fight with a soul-bearing people, or we're gonna fall apart. But now this army's too beat up to come up here and take care of it immediately, right? Which means this guy can go over to Crystal Spire. These 3, 4, all these Dark Fortresses so close to each other. Very advantageous stuff. We'll have to worry about Skulltaker before too long, but that'll be okay. Crucially, we have a brawl here. Which gets us plenty of souls. Burn it down for more souls? I mean, yeah, right? Yeah, sure. Because we don't need it, and one of our allies can get it right after. Yeah. And we lost a dude, which is, I mean, fine. But yeah, so there we go to tier 4 in Plains? No, I like going to tier 4 in Writhing Fortress better, because that's like, well, I mean, Skulltaker could get there. Now that we're over here, Plains is even safer, right? Yeah. Alright. And he gets Foe Seeker, finally, which is so good, because now, you know, we don't need Perfect Vigor. I mean, we'll take it when we get it, but... we'll just go damage. No, health. Health is fine. Kill for corn. Overcasted fleshy. Yeah, it's I mean, like, it's all about to be turned on now. So good. So good. Bum, 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 bum.
Now they will see true power.
Spending our money on more money, as you're supposed to do. Dark Fortresses don't generate tons of money, but it's a fine amount of money. And, you know, you get faction-wide bonuses to, you know, some things. But I am a firm believer in not really building the higher levels of the growth building because it's quite expensive. And you just nurgle your way in. And if one of our allies takes it, then we'll get replenishment fully over the end turn, which is the dream. We'll see if it gets realized. We need to, yeah, so what we'll do... No, we'll do that here, because... We'll do that here, because this is where the next front's going to be. Probably. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. We are going to recruit some bearmen when we can, and then get a Bjorg. And try to spin up a third army if we can, and then probably, like, give a couple of our awesome characters from these early armies to it, you know, which I never share, but... Now he wants some peace. Well, I'm not surprised. But if Ardra Fullatif comes in here, grabs Ice Spewer, then we'll get our replenishment, and that will be very nice indeed. But he doesn't do it.
It shall be. I refuse.
Oof.
The mountains call.
If we march over, will we be able to help?
What? Shoot! Shoot!
I mean, look, sometimes you lose a vassal, right?
This serves the dark powers. I will destroy. What is thy will? Tempests and fire.
Yeah, you know, we're just gonna... If we're gonna be spinning off an army soon, then we might as well get another hero in, you know, and why not? Why not keep on, you know, one of the best things about Chaos is how good all of their characters are allowed to be. So let's just lean into it, right? There we go. And we can give that to the vassal, so now he's got one over here and one all the way over there. So if he loses this one, you know, he'll still have a place to hang his head. And finally, we're in an arena where we can actually gift the things to the vassal that go well. This is Malice, and this is Malice. Now, Malice is quite a fighter, right? But we've got some real fighters here, too. Harold, after all, is real punchy. Malice, though, gets, like, really high ward save nonsense, but we should still be able to probably get it. Chantvorgus becomes immortal. We'll give him a different name when we choose a path, right? Because I don't think we want to keep him undivided. I think it's more fun to have him choose a path. We know we don't have to be afraid of anything here, so we're going to march all the way up. And this war with Daniel might be going super well. It just might be. And if we do that, we run out of money, so... But I keep saying I'm proud of myself. I am, though. I'm really proud of how properly I'm playing with, like, some stuff like spinning up the second army. A lot of times I just wouldn't have done that. But we did it, you know, to beat Boris and the thing, and then, you know, and then it was part of the story, right? And so instead of, like, I like to stack a lot of money to feel, you know, secure or whatever and spend it on buildings. But this is better. This is so much better. All right, so... we can get 10 grand or a bunch of experience for everybody, or... So we're not going to take this because we don't need it, but, like, so you can get the Cataclysm Gehenna spell, which is like a wind of death, but, you know, a wind of globe. We don't need the help, so we'll take the character experience grain, but that's super funny. The money would be cool, but again, money we can make. Experience is forever. And we know we're close enough to a fight to where we're going to be able to do one. And because we can gift to vassal, we get the money for it, and we are still going to be able to run. Hey, and he gets perfect vigor. Wonderful. I hope he doesn't lose his traits. I think it's just boons of chaos you lose when he levels up. But, you know, being able to give our vassal these lands is awesome for about 1 billion reasons. And now we're just going to be able to roll over the finding lands of Daniel, and you know, he might get one more army back up and running. But importantly, we got a couple of souls, a couple of monies. We're making more monies some of the time. And it's about to be a big brawl, or we could back up and replenish a little bit. I actually like that, right? We go to ambush here. We might get the ambush off, we might not. But importantly, like, this little bit of replenishment will help, and we can just... like, oh yeah, they can become knights now. We want... the lances get, what, a ton of charge bonus, and they lose defense, and that's what a lance is? Yeah, you know, more shock, more power. And then, you know, later they can become rot knights, the pinnacle of cavalry. But yeah, but we'll just chill here. Have a brawl one way or the other. And still just barely be holding on money-wise. But that's the thing, you know. We'll fight here, and then we'll probably definitely 100% pick a fight with Skulltaker. I don't even know where he lives, right? But we're going to move in here, and if he's not home, we're just going to crack him. We're going to take this. We're going to cackle about it. And get some aspiring champions out of the pool. And that's how it's going to be. It's going to be great. This campaign is a blast. And not to slander my boy Archie, who's awesome, but, like, this campaign is more fun than Archie was for me. But there's a lot more spice now. Okay, so Valmir goes over here. He was down here? Oh, maybe he ran down this way. Anyway, it's fine. Chant is going to catch him before he can do too much. Now, Kholek doesn't want to run, right? We obviously don't want to run. Do we think we can win this? I mean, of course I think I can win it. I haven't even really seen what's going on. I think I can win it. Wizards, we got Black Orcs there, ×2, and then here... Our infantry is damaged. Only some. Warriors, but we've got... You know, we've got our caster. What do they have? What do they have? If we back up, we can just back up. Yeah, we can just back up and then fight them the turn after with totally fresh crew. Not like I was worried about it. I just thought, you know, we'd have an easier time. Oh, and actually, this is going to be great. He goes to raiding camp here, which leaves him alone. Alright, somebody got a war shrine, which means we don't want him on a war shrine. Well, what's the Nurgle war shrine do? Oh, well, actually, it gives a healing thing. Do we want to do it? I mean, we could just have, you know, why not? Why not just try a war shrine out and have him hang out with the infantry blob and be a healer for it while everything else has a party, you know? Why not? Literally, why not? There's no reason why not. And we can't quite catch him. We can just go here and wait. We can get another aspiring champion. What do we drop for it? Chromatic Aberrations, who I'm, like, not impressed by. And champs are always awesome. Kholek gets to 30, grabs Mentor.
The gods.
Alright, we need to save scum this. No, we just need this to work. 23%. Alright, let's get it. It fails. It's okay. We're gonna keep on trying until it works one day. Soul Damnation is notable because it has a ton of ammo compared to the other one. It also has, yeah, if they're around you, you can shoot super, super quick. But honestly, I would like to get the Hell Cannon in the other army so it can have one. We're upside down a little, not too much. We could just take a Marauder and try to raise it up into a Chaos Warrior. Because it would be nice to get a third. Oh, Chosen time. And very soon we're going to be getting Gift of Siege possibilities, and then yeah, nothing there that we care about. Oh, we should be going in this direction for... Oh no, you're choking. How did I not read that? That's good. Yeah, alright, so we gotta go this way once we finish it up. That'll give us 10% weapon strength, and that will, you know, for trolls, 25 missile resist. Yeah, plenty of good stuff there. Anyway, but that'll slow down the champions, but also, you know, we've got plenty. Are you a god? Oh yeah, dude, we totally are. We are rocking out.
Champion of decay. Revel in pestilence.
That's a Mortis engine. The Nurgle sorcerer gets a Mortis engine. What? And we're gonna put him on the War Shrine. It's gonna be great. You'll see. You'll all see. He's gonna be like a... He's gonna hang out with the infantry blob. He's gonna be a Mortis engine. He's gonna heal him. He's gonna cast stuff. It's gonna be fun. We won't forget about him and get him killed. That's not how it's gonna happen. It'll be different than that. His incredible stink will kill our foes. He also has scaled skin, which what a good trait to roll, right? 75 missile resist now. And he doesn't even have an item to boost it. That's pretty funny. We'll give him... Yeah, the armor of silvered steel. Now he'll be a very, very tanky War Shrine. I actually like this, you know. He's got regen, right? He'll give the heal like a corpse cart. And, yeah, you know. And a Mortis engine is legitimately awesome. And him having 1 billion hit points with it, what's not to like? I'm so pumped. But yeah, so we got a Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle and then an Exalti of Nurgle. And then over here, the Demon Prince is coming back over this way, but we popped all of his junk in this direction. We've got our Vassal online here. And crucially, are making a bunch of money while we're rolling through. And when you gift it to Vassal, you know, it's so much quicker to move through. Are you a god? Because sure, he'll take this one, but I mean, will he though? Because we could sell it to Skulltaker.
I am ill-disposed to them. So we...
And then now he's raiding Skulltaker. That'll show him. Oh, Skulltaker's gonna be mad at you. Oh, he's gonna be so mad at you. Are you a god? Yeah, Daniel's so weak that he lost to Chant Vorgus, let alone Are You a God? No, Chant Vorgus is legitimately awesome, right? He's got a fun name. We'll give him a different name when he chooses a mark. We need to choose that mark before too long. I guess we could just do, like, Undivided Prince, but I would like him to be, like, Divided Prince. And we spend our money. We're going to be able to get Bjorg pretty soon. We will put him in... We'll probably put him in Chant's army just to start, even though his army's bonkers, because we're about to go fight Skulltaker with him. And honestly, I can't believe they're so mad. Oh, they have negative 100 aversion. I'm like, why is Kislev not even like me? If you think about it, I should have plus 20 because... Yeah, there's the Ruler's Taunt. So I'm like, we beat the Demon Prince. You should love me. I just noticed that the part of the tech tree for the Dragon Ogres was here. But we're getting the Zinch gift online, and then we'll go down here. They don't get too many upgrades from it. I mean, it's fine. They don't get the... We have just so much missile resist already at 60% in this army that you don't want to complain about it. But, like, the tech for ogres, trolls, the giant, all that stuff is 25% missile resist for them when they get rank 4 or above. And then this is, you know, weapon strength and charge bonus. It's good. It's good. But it's not, like, inspiring. This Gore Feast, I can't believe I didn't notice it. Like, that's real solid, too. The Bloodstreak Chimera, look, all Chimera are good, but the Bloodstreak Chimera has a heal already. It's just so overpowered good. And the good thing about Grimgor is we can beat him in a fight. We haven't faced him yet, but we can beat him in a fight, especially if the army is, like, full up, right? Kholek, look, would he beat Grimgor in a duel? Grimgor's got really good animations. Maybe he wouldn't. But he's 98-58 with 1,000, listed weapon there. He can do some fighting. And he won't be fighting alone, We'll have Skilla there. And Skilla will be enough to make a difference. And, of course, Rot Beast Boy. Old Rot Beast Boy. Who's got Locust for even more healing. And the Chaos Sorcerer of Nurgle that we have has regeneration from this trait and Purple Sun bound twice from this trait. He's a monster, and he's just gonna hang out with the infantry blob and be monstrous. It's gonna be great. Now, this guy failed to get the assassination. We probably could have tried a little harder, huh? That's going to be his job. He's going to go out in the world, and he is going to get that done. And the fun thing, too, is we don't have to worry. Yeah, there we go.
To be sure.
Oh, because the dragon has flaming attacks. I'm like, why does he have flaming attacks? We didn't take this ability that gives flaming attacks to the army. I feel like sometimes it'll bite you. But Harry is super punchy, and now is consenting to train everybody.
My magic is yours.
And Ludred gets, we swapped him over, and now he gets final transmutation. And of course, that's how you delete a blob. There'll be plenty of people to fight here, and that'll give us plenty of opportunities to gain money. Daniel won't be holding on for too much longer, I think, and that'll give us an opportunity to find the next war on this side, because the beauty of Chaos, when it's online like we are here, either the Archaon start or the Kholek start, is you have this beautiful long band of mountains where nobody can get through this, right? You have to go around. So inside of here, you're safe. So you can pick a fight here or here. There's a lot of fronts where they can't really get a second one going on you. Now, we're not sure where he is. We're gonna march, though, because I'm, not afraid of him at all. No, we're gonna march because we accidentally came out of our own land, so there's no point in not going forward. Yeah, we'll also march because we know we can't get there in a turn. And now we should be able to fight it. Yeah, but we tried to hit him. So I think he just remembers it, because now we have higher chances, but it's not really registering as higher. But we just need to get an assassination, because that is how we can... Like, oh, Ice Spear, that's right, they didn't take it. We'll just sit right here. We need the regen. Or rather, want the regen.
Ready.
To get this, I mean, yeah. We've got a turn or two, but that is alright. We're getting 200 vassal tribute. Awesome. Great, and in all other ways, very good. And we'll just get like another chunk of souls here before too long, and then we'll be able to get another Path to Glory. It is really stuttering as it's trying to figure out where it wants to put the map. Say I want an aggression pack? Nah, dude. What if I want to aggression you? Take the movement? I kind of want to just take the movement, right? Now here, I bet we could get them to walk into us. Alright, you know, we tried again, it didn't work again. We'll go here, because this is the place they'll be trying to get to, right? Yeah, we've got one turn to get into another fight, but that's okay. No, we've got more than that, because right here, yeah, we just need to... Oh, it's... It's really hard to get over that. Oh, it's like a river of flame that you're crossing. That makes sense. You know, maybe the water would have been better, but, you know.
You may touch me, only in
Now, Valmir is coming in here. Like, do we cancel a thing and try to get this a little more power? Because what's he going to bring in? He's going to bring in all this stuff. And we'll have, you know, a metal caster. But if we could get a little more... So the number one thing we would want, right, is something that will defeat Daniel and mulch things. I think the Pleasure Guard is the thing to get, right? Because they're super good. They'll melt the Furies and anything else that comes in. And we'll have... Yeah, well, I think that's the play. Because I don't think he'll do that good against them. We could get, you know, like the Bloodthirster, but I think these will do better against more of the things that are around. If we get a Dragon Ogre, then we're out of money. A Dragon Ogre would make me very comfy, but I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine here without anything else, because this has, you know, 3 Chaos Warriors, and we've got 3 Skirmishers. We've got the Exalted Hero to back. Yeah. A caster, and these guys who are very, very strong. They don't lose their power when they get tired. They're unbreakable, and they're going to churn through any of the infantry that get in. We're just going to hope that we can find a good place to defend it. And then that guy will make us even more friendly with Kislev than we ever thought we'd be. Oh, and the Green Suns get there, so we will move into ambush here. Hoping that they will attack us, maybe, but, you know, if they move into the ambush, so much the better. We'll be able to chunk them down here. Do we want to get somebody else in the army? Nope, we've got 20. Alright, alright. I'm just going to take a real quick break, and then we'll be back for another fight, probably for a defense here to round out the campaign. Okay, so the Z... Oh! I did not realize this. When you dedicate things with the mark, it puts it into the pool for your required sacrifices. That's very nice. Alright, so we could... We're actually pretty close to Hell Cannon mode. You can get Changebringers. You can get Changebringers, like, kinda early. Interesting. I'm wary of taking one right now, though, because, you know, I need more. Need more. Alright, so... Is there anything else we get? No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Because he's still just level 14, right? He doesn't have any items. Scary enough, but not that scary. But we need something to beat him in the fight whenever it gets there, though, right? But we can't afford the Dragon Ogre. Do we have any buildings we can cancel? I mean, no, because we're going to tier 4 somewhere, right? We already hit tier 4 somewhere. Well, when we get a bunch of money over the end turn, we'll be able to get something done. His army's so good. Oh, well, you know, fun as it would be to do, we've already beat him up. So, hey, you know, perfect. You know, just actually perfect, you know. No complaints there. Heyo, and now it's time for a brawl, right? Yes, indeed, it is right. Well, I am going to take a quick break. and then we'll be back to do this battle, and that'll probably be the end of the video, or, you know, thereabouts. But man, what a blast. Oh, it's already been almost 4 hours. That's why I feel kind of hungry. I'm a snack too. But anyway, I'll be right back, and we'll continue on. All right. All right. Let's get to it. You know, it says we're going to lose everything. I bet we can do a little better than that. Plenty of danger. But you know what that means. With Kholek around, plenty of opportunities for greatness. And of course, we've got our war shrine going. Ooh, and we've got a choke point battle. That is excellent indeed. You know, it'd be slightly better if we had slightly more HP on our troops, but that is all to the good. We're going to be able to have an absolute party here. We're going to, you know, have... Because it's... Oh yeah, it's going to be good stuff, all right. because they have to come in. Here. This is an absolutely beautiful place to make a stand. But we'll just be running forward with this person to induce them to combat. Of course, we will open with a sick fireball into the Black Orc Grape weapons. It's not going to do too much damage, but it's about sending a message. Now, he's going to get pretty tired before this is all said and done. He's on a Manticore, which is pretty quick, so he'll still be at like 70. They don't really have anything that can catch us. Getting shot up a little bit there. It's not too great, but jumping on some pump wagons is likely to be good. At least a little good. Oh, Squig Hoppers. That is a target. We're probably going to be saving most of our wins for Stream of Corruptions and Fleshy Abundances once we're engaged. The Manticore, of course, you're seeing the animation problems, right? It can't actually attack the pump wagons. As long as they run away, you can't actually attack them. But there's plenty of low armor units here for us to shoot at. You know, it wasn't exactly effective. It was kind of a waste of wins, especially since we could have done this instead. Which is just a lot better, but that's okay. Look, we all like to learn at our own pace. Crucially, of course, they are still trying to cross and, well, you know, this would be better spent doing something else, but we take a little bit of damage, not too much, right? Because he is 50%, you know, missile resist, very percent missile resist. We're gonna send one down the pipe here. It's actually mainly a bunch of skirmishers. I think they'll run into it anyway, but or some of them will. And now that the brawl is about to start for real, we will run Chant back for real. And, you know, the pump wagons are coming in. They've been eating a lot of ammo. That is too bad. But it looks like that's going to be where the fight is. And they're going to try to flank here, so the overload will be coming this way. Which means we'll get the Norglecaster over there. The big boss is no great killer of Dragon Ogres. And before anything else here happens, we're going to get a nice downhill. And before the Black Orc Great Weapons arrive, we're going to get this Firestorm on them and others. Get in here. Severed Claw there. We're going to dive in and get the heal off. That was a pretty weak Stream of Corruption, but hey, it worked, right? But now, if they're going to flank overload, then we will just defend them. Okay, well, they're going to get our Hell Cannon. They're going to get our Hell Cannon. Our beloved Hell Cannon. This actually would make me freak out if we were at a different point in the campaign, because, like, when are we going to get a different Hell Cannon? But we might be able to save it. And we're just going to tell them to withdraw. And that should save them, right? Right. Now, the Orc Biggins are fighting the War Shrine, which I wanted all over here, but that didn't work out. Speaking of things that punish a blob, Kholek! Oh, the Manticore is on the ground here in the middle of all these. We could probably just push through, though. And the Firestorm does its work. And, of course, if they're going to just sit here, we'll have a great time with it. Hit a heal there. Manticore can't stop brawling, just has too good a time. Popping all of Kholek's abilities. Popping all the Skill's abilities. Just popping in here. That flank is secured, so we're just moving up this way. A huge bump and grind, but of course we desire this greatly. But this heal augment is no small thing, right? When we get some things down, that regen is not... That, I thought it was 0.01. No, it's 0.1. It's like a massive heal. Yeah, we are definitely keeping him on the War Shrine. That is what we're doing. I never believed in the War Shrine. I believe in him now. You know, if he'd been here all along, we would have been regening like crazy. As it is, we still just demolish the foe. And of course, they have so many folks here that they can't even see the end of them. But what they don't know is that our fearless leader is here. And of course, man, with this shrine, this healing, I've never ever done this before. And this Eldritch Aura, that's right, he's got the having 90 missile resist, this guy does, because he's got the Eldritch Aura I forgot about, yeah. So he's not just there with 100 armor with the items we have on him, yeah. So we're not going to have to worry about him getting shot up, because unless it's, even with armor-piercing missiles with 90 missile resist, let him shoot at him, right? Oh, yeah, this is going to be my favorite Chaos campaign of all time. I can tell already.
Exalted hero of
Oh, those are big ones. We don't need to be charging like that. But that's the thing about Dragon Ogres and Kholek's army. They get it done. Oh, spider. Let's get to it. Oh, these guys are way far afield of the rest of the battle. That's too bad. Yeah, so the healing provided here, pretty nuts. We're going to overcast a fleshy here. No, we're gonna regular cast a fleshy here. No, we're gonna do it on the sorcerer, because he's too far away from the blob to get healed. The spider getting absolutely dunked on, of course, with dragon ogres and, you know, great weapons and oh my. Yeah, so now we're seeing this big stuff coming in, but, you know, Kholek is still totally strong, and they're getting mauled here, right? Chant is having a party still. We are not out of wins. We are using some, but getting even more. We need to get rid of these stone trolls. As good as stone trolls are, they are not good compared to the other stuff we can get in this army, right? Be it a Regiment of Renown or a Hell Cannon Regiment of Renown. You know, dropping the Hell Cannon would make it so we didn't need to defend anymore, but having the Hell Cannon is really good, and I like it because the Hell Cannon lets us convince the enemy to come to us, but I guess with the caster, it serves that purpose too. Yeah, this dude, okay, yeah, so I believe in the War Shrine now, right? He ends the battle at full HP. Of course, he has regen, but, you know, it doesn't take too much to get him there, I think. Because regen is 1/5 of the charged War Shrine. So a charged War Shrine makes your blob preposterously tanky. And if we get that around, like, some aspiring champions in a block, like, that's gonna... You know, that's the future. That's the year 3000 right there. We're just pushing through for hits because, hey, you know, there we go. I'm like, the battle wasn't over. There we go. It's over now. And he gets heal capped. Good for him. Lots of souls. Clan Skyr gets the Nemesis crown. Well, good for them. Sword of Change. Oh. Oh, I love it. You have to use it on an ally, though. If we had a summon, we could probably do it on that. You know, eventually we'll have summons, and that'll be cool, because it'll be like a thing. But as it is, you know, it's not that cool. I think we have to use it on a guy anyway.
Exalted hero of Nurgle.
You know, we'll put it on him just for, you know, the wins capacity and whatnot, but keep an eye. Kholek is getting Colossal Strike now. Kholek is getting Colossal Strike now. We have 100% bonus experience through the eyes of the Chaos Gods being upon us, and we use it perfectly well to get this done. Do we go for, like, no, we'll, yeah, like, what an amazing thing. We get Conduit. Oh, he got to the rock. They're like, you know, I actually believe in the War Shrine now, right? Should we put him on the Wormslayer sword? That would give him a massive bonus versus large. No, I think losing the melee defense low as it is already would be pretty rough. Now, War Shrine of Tzeentch, oh, you get reserves per second. You know, maybe. I need a Nurgle one I need one of both of them, don't I? That's really cool. I don't think I ever read that and understood it properly, because that would let us do a whole lot of hilarious things forever.
The gods smile. It is corrupt. You need a boon. We shall weave the fates. It is corrupt.
And we're going to hope to get this guy off of the ground with our big post-battle loot that we're about to be getting.
None but Slanesh may dominate.
And we might be able to vassalize Daniel here, which would be worth doing, I think, because I think we would be able to make him happy again. And, you know, like, on the campaign map, he could be useful. Hey, we succeeded! Yeah, finally. Alright, so even among savage tribes, the world Celeste chooses champions for subtlety, cunning, and self-regard. One stands a cut above the rest. His magnetic presence made him a leader even as a child. And he had a duel where he became his tribe's chieftain. Combat or assassination. So now we will get Steercar, who I know nothing about. I've never seen him used in like multiplayer that I recall, but I haven't been keeping that current. And he would have been in this last thing, but you know, we're just gonna... So now he's got, you know, his spurs, so he can get over into Kholek's army. And I guess, yeah, we can like double, like Tzeentch War Shrine. No, this guy can go to a different army. Yeah. Now that he's ready to rock. But we'll just give him magic attack right now because maybe he'll never get over there. But we've got, oop, there's Grimgor, right? He's got, you know, his army with his great abilities. He's only level 22. He does have regen. Gets Nick, you know. But we, you know, we see him, and that's going to help us. That's going to help us not run into all of them at one time, right? Right.
Tempest incarnate. true chaos awaits. My soul for charm. Tempests and fire. When I speak, they will listen. Bring ruin. This serves the dark power. Despoilers come. Are you a god? I foresee destruction. By the eldritch I see. Yes, yes. Despoilers come. Moving! It shall be. I will destroy. Never. Shrug off. Shoot! Shoot! No happening. Destruction for all! We shall weave the fates. Fool! They will be dominated! A diversion. You summon me! I serve. Get them! Yes! Exalted hero of Nurgle. Covering ground. The shadow attacks. Donskal Kabanu! Otiduan Raktak! Whose will? Pestilence comes! They summon me! Distort reality. Illuminations now. Forms of decay. Bringing the rot! Kholek Sunny's on! The storm rages! Conspire and kill! By the Wind Lord's power. Knights of Nurgle! Glorious mutilation! Agents of change! Endless glorious madness! Nurgle's pestilent force! Warriors of Finch! Destroy! Tempest incarnate! Singe decrees death! Now's our time! Their fate is death! Move fast! lord Cinch agrees. Let us corrupt. Spread ruin on them. Never stop. This is why. Go now.
None but Slanesh may dominate me.
Let us corrupt. What is thy will? Rain ruin. What? This was expected. Star Crusher. Rain ruin. Not gonna happen. You dare? Stormcaller. This serves the dark powers. Sickness is delight. Isatu! Mutation is a gift! Bibluhatu! Chaos Sorcerer of Nergal! Knights of Nergal! Move fast! Move! Move! Spreading ruination! Portal forward! Kholek Sariso! Ulkalambana! Distort reality. Turtles conqueror! Kholek Sariso! Belmans! As the pact decrees.
Enchantments charged.
Brutal magic. Flies, eat up their eyes.
Conspire and kill. Arcane torment.
Taking action. Rip out guts. Lots of murder. The world will scream. Vengeance.
Bring us the carnage!
Glory.
I bring a tempest.
Time. Unbreakable. Warriors of Zinch, slay them all.
Steercar of the Swords Veneer.
The mountains call. Kholek Sanito. I will destroy. Yes! Bring the storm! Shoot! Shoot! Never! This serves the Dark Power! Shoot! Shoot! Terrorist! Shoot! Never! You dare? Bringer of darkness! Wipe them out! Wipe them out! You need a boon? Now! We shall weave the fates! Attack! What is thy will? Ready! Before we are done, either I may take a life. Destruction for all! Yes, it is so. Let us corrupt. Are you a god? Now they will see true power. Daula intimidash pama parag. Udmish.
Make your offer, but do it quickly, before I kill you.
Die spoilers come.